Hey everyone, and welcome to the second installment of the best horror stories of the week. I believe this time around we have 17 stories, almost 5 hours worth. I hope you all enjoy them. There is a lot of really great stories in this one. If you do enjoy, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's aim for 1100 likes. I think if everybody took a quick second, we could do it. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as well as sharing on your social medias such as Facebook, Twitter, whatever you have. Anyway, enjoy the video, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. Hello. As the title says, I work at a 24/7 movie theater. Recently, a strange turn of events has me reconsidering my current occupation. You see, I work during the graveyard shift from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Now, other than this theater being open 24/7, everything is the same. However, there are rules to the overnight shift we have to abide by. I can remember the first night on the job when my boss, Tyamin, showed me the ropes, reminding me that there are steps to cleaning and shutting down the bathrooms and how to clean the screening rooms in between movies. He took me to his office to show me a set of rules we must follow. Okay, Andre, we have a set of rules you must always follow, and if not followed, you will be a cause for termination, Tommen said sternly. I will have zero issues following. I spoke with extreme enthusiasm. Well, looks like you want to work. Okay, let's go over them. He spoke in a happier tone. 1. When it comes to 0300, you must close down all the bathrooms until 0400. 2. When cleaning out the theater, the light has to be on, and you must finish before the screen turns black. 3. If a man without a face walks in, you are not to speak to him for any reason. 4. All of the staff must enter the lobby at 0300 and stay there until 0400. 5. If you see someone talking to a man without a face, do not attempt to stop them and look away. 6. Do not attempt to film or record anything that goes on here. Now that we have gone through all of the rules, is there anything else you need from me? He said nonchalantly. No, I'm good. I spoke, swallowing my nerves. He smiled at me and escorted me out of the office, then left the theater. I instantly got to work cleaning the front room while a person named Cynthia taught me the ropes. She was a very nice girl and has been there for years. Hey, it's almost 3 a.m. and we need to close the bathroom and then head to the lobby. Let me show you how. She seemed maybe a little bit nervous as she said this. I followed closely behind as we walked towards the bathrooms. The only strange thing is how the bathrooms have deadbolts that are kinda hidden on the outside. Okay, first we knock 3 times and crack the door open, then ask if anyone is in there. She takes a deep breath and knocks 3 times. Anyone there? Custodians, we need to clean the bathroom at this time. She listened closely and heard someone say, yeah, I'm almost done. A woman's voice can be heard in the background. Well, okay, thank you. She looked hurried and looked down at her watch, seeing the time clicking closer to 3 a.m. At the time, it was 2:57 a.m., and I can see Cynthia getting more and more on edge as the time gets closer. Shit. It's 1 minute until 3 a.m., and she hasn't finished. We need to lock the door now. Right when she reaches for the hidden deadbolt, the woman came out and says sorry, then walks to the theater down to the right. Cynthia quickly locks the door and breaks out a sigh of relief. Thank God she got out of there. It was then we heard a scream in the bathroom. Another woman was in there still. Yo, we gotta help her. I shouted as I reached for the deadbolt, but I was abruptly stopped by Cynthia, who grabbed my hand and pushed me away. Hey, what the fuck are you? I exclaimed until I was cut off. Listen to me now and listen carefully. We cannot open this door. If we do, you and I will die. Now we gotta get to the lobby, she said with fear in her eyes and pushing me to the lobby. In the background, I can still hear the unknown woman screaming in the background as if she was being killed. I can hear the screams even in the lobby, but when it became 3:30 a.m., the screaming stopped, with the sound of tearing flesh and breaking bones. For the first time, I felt primal fear. The idea that someone was being torn to shreds made me feel like I don't want to be there anymore. I slowly started walking toward the doors when it walked in. Standing in front of me was a man about 8 feet tall wearing a suit and a bowler hat. He had no face, no eyes, ears, mouth, or even nose. He looked at me, then looked at the front desk and continued walking. He briefly stopped at the front desk and placed 5 human fingers made of gold on the counter. He waited for the cashier to hand him what looked like a movie ticket made of pure light. He walked down the hall before a customer was walking down the same hallway and didn't seem to notice him. I decided to look around the corner and followed him with my eyes. He stopped in front of a picture on the wall and walked through it. I can hear everyone taking a deep breath. Cynthia pulled me to the side to speak with me. Okay, so I need you to keep a promise. You and I are going to clean the bathroom, but you cannot say a word about this to anyone or anything. What you see here stays here, got it? She looked at me with fierce determination. Yeah, I promise. Of course, that was a lie. She and I got to the bathroom, and she took a deep breath and shakingly opened the door. As the door swung open, the smell hit me like a ton of bricks. The smell of rusty iron filled the air, and I can taste the blood as it pooled in the back of my throat. I was gagging before Cynthia handed me a filter mask, which seemed to solve the problem. We went inside with a pair of buckets and mops. The horror I saw was nigh unspeakable. Blood and viscera covered the walls with bits and pieces of flesh hanging from the ceiling. The blood on the floor was draining into the drain on the floor. I held back my vomit as we mopped up the remains of this person. This almost took 2 hours. Cynthia tried to tell me jokes to break the ice and get the mind that I was cleaning someone off the floor. I don't remember much during it as I was disassociating hard, maybe to distance myself from the messed up situation. We were about done when something walked out of the stall. A tall woman with white eyes and an unnaturally large smile. She looked at me and Cynthia while smiling. I can see blood on her mouth and her teeth were very sharp looking. She bent down toward me slowly. While she was doing so, I can hear her bones creaking and popping in and out of place. This woman, this thing spoke to me. Oh, honey, I'm sorry for all of this mess. Hope you have a wonderful night now. She laughed a little. As she was walking out, she had to crouch low to clear the doorway. I never saw her after this. Cynthia looked at me in shock, and I can see the sweat bead down her forehead. You are so lucky she didn't kill you. She blurted out in relief. What? What do you mean? I blurted out in surprise. She's one of the regulars. A set of beings who never speak to us and are extremely dangerous. Only people who they speak to, or who speak to them, they kill and devour on the spot. The reason we lock the doors is to keep anyone from speaking to her, as she always appears here at 3 a.m. For some reason, she didn't want to eat you. I was in shock and couldn't speak. I almost died. Why was I ignored? These things rang through my head and I lost track of time, and before I knew it, Cynthia was snapping at my face. Hey newbie, you there? She sounded upset. Yeah, what happened? I asked. Not much. You decided to black out, but I got the rest cleaned up. I understand this job pays well, but there is some messed up stuff that goes down here. She laughed a little as she wrung the mop out, and a flood of crimson liquid poured into the bucket. Cynthia and I started to walk down to the first theater on the left and waited for the customers to leave. They were watching the new Marvel movie, and I could hear the ending credits roll. Surprisingly, no one stayed for the inevitable end credit scene, but I wasn't going to question it. We walked in and we tried to clean up as fast as possible. It was almost 5 minutes when the screen went black, and we can hear the film slowly shutting off. The sound of the lights shutting off one by one echoed through the theater. "Run! Get out!" Cynthia screamed in fear and sprinted past me. I didn't question and just ran. All of a sudden she tripped and started to cry and scream. "No, no, no! I don't want to die!" It was then I saw a tall, pale humanoid being crawl out of the screen. This figure bolted down toward Cynthia, knocking me down in the process. I can see this thing crawling over her body. It quickly covered her mouth with some of its flesh. I saw it slowly start to meld with Cynthia. It pressed its body against Cynthia slowly, absorbing her. The pain and fear in her eyes showed how much she was terrified. I couldn't move. It was as if my flight or fight response was completely broken and my body was unsure what to do. All of Cynthia was inside of this thing. It then twitched its head toward me and slowly moved toward me. It stopped in front of me, staring at my eyes. It felt like a century passed while we locked eyes. It then looked toward the film screen and started to crawl back into it as the lights began to flicker on. It was only but a few minutes later when I can hear customers mindlessly shamble into the theater. It was only 30 minutes before I can clock out. I decided to go to the bathroom and sit on the toilet to take a breath. I didn't know how to process these things, and in no time, I heard the phone buzzing at the time. It was finally 7 a.m. Time to leave. I ran to the clock to sign out. I had never been so relieved to go home, and before I can leave, the front door Timon walked in and stops me. "Ah, how was your first night? Where's Cynthia?" he asked. She's gone. She was attacked by the thing on the movie screen." Looking back, this is all I could say. This was a nightmare, but oddly enough, he looked at me seriously and said, That's not good. So you were able to make it out, huh?" he asked as he scratched his head. "Not really. I fell and the thing just stared at me after absorbing Cynthia." I said while trying to hold back my feelings. "You survived. Interesting. Well, hey, kiddo, what if I told you I am going to promote you and triple your wage if you stay working here? I'll do it starting tomorrow." He spoke with confidence and grandiose. "Let me sleep on it. Is that okay? I need to get home and sleep," I said shakingly. "Of course. Sleep it off and come back. We will be eagerly waiting." He waved me off and started to walk toward. I got home and immediately vomited. I have never been so terrified in my life. The money is going to be amazing, but I don't want to die. But it doesn't seem like I would. Tell me, have you ever seen the devil? I feel like last night I have. Anyways, stay safe out there, people, for you never know what is lurking in the shadows. We couldn't believe it at first. No matter what my boyfriend and I tried, held down the power button, plugged it out of the wall, took out the battery, and so on, my laptop just wouldn't shut down. The screen was frozen and not responding, but it baffled us how that thing kept working without electricity, and for 3 days straight. I had it for more than 14 years at that point. Jordan always teased me to get a new one. I guess he got annoyed having to fix it every now and then. "You're probably the last person on Earth that still uses Windows XP, he often joked. But I love the old thing, and I intended to use it until it finally dies or falls apart in my lap. I didn't care that it was slow as hell and struggled when multiple tabs were open in the browser. Come to think about it now, I'm not entirely sure why I was so attached to it. It was good enough for what I needed, I guess, and to be honest, I didn't want to spend money on buying a new one yet. As I said, the laptop sat frozen and miraculously alive on our coffee table for 3 days. The fan huffed and puffed incessantly, and the computer got hotter than usual. Even in our bedroom with the door closed, we could hear it. Things took a weird turn on the third night around 3 a.m. "Grace, do you hear that?" Jordan asked. It sounded like someone was talking quietly in the living room, and the sound mixed with the fan noise. Yeah, what is that?" I said, all groggy. We got up, went to the coffee table, and stood there in silence listening. It seemed like the laptop speakers were picking up a feeble radio signal. It was a male voice reciting something, but we couldn't make out the words. We both kneeled and positioned our ears near the speakers. "It's definitely not English," Jordan said. We both were pretty sure we heard the word retro, but it was difficult to pick out anything else. "I have an idea," said Jordan. He went to get his toolkit and started undoing the little screws on the laptop's underside. Carefully, he took out the fan, and it stopped spinning at last. We could hear the man on the speakers somewhat better, but the sound was still distant, and there was some buzzing interference. I grabbed a pen and paper and started writing down the words. I managed to catch this partial sentence. "Wada retro satana." It turned out that was enough. A quick Google search revealed that it was actually Vade retro satana, or Begone Satan in Latin, and was part of an exorcism formula that, when translated into English, went, "May the Holy Cross be my light, may the dragon never be my guide. Begone, Satan, never tempt me with your vanities. What you offer me is evil. Drink the poison yourself." And the words in Latin matched with the man was chanting over the speaker. I was getting kind of excited about this mystery, to be honest, though we still weren't sure if someone was messing with us. The man just repeated the same formula, with a booming but distant voice, and nothing else, pausing every now and then. I could feel the heat radiating from the laptop. Jordan said he was curious to see how long it will last without a fan. We were still whispering for some reason. "What do you think it is?" I said. Jordan scratched his beard. "Well, either we're somehow overhearing an exorcism, or, more likely, it's a scene from some movie or a radio play, I guess. But I don't understand how the laptop speakers are picking this up." We continued listening, and at times we thought we could hear other voices in the background. Jordan studied the piece of paper on which I wrote the verse. "Vade retro satana." He read the words out loud. Perhaps he realized there was no point in whispering. And to our surprise, the man stopped speaking abruptly. We looked at each other, confused and waiting, and for a moment I thought the sound had ceased completely. But the man muttered something unintelligible, and then spoke loud and clear in English. "I shall not listen to thee, devil. Go back where you came from." You can hear us?" said Jordan. "I command thee to leave this girl," the man said with a thundering voice. "Well, I command you to leave my laptop," I yelled back. "Laptop, is that thy name, demon?" "Who are you?" Jordan asked. "I'm a servant of God Almighty. I will not give thee my name, demon. Do not try to trick me." "Fine, I guess we'll just call you Dan," said Jordan. "Look, Dan, can you please tell us where you are and what you're doing?" "Silence! Every night you torment this honest family with your hellish moans and cries. Leave!" "We're doing no such thing," I said. "And we're not demons." "You use this poor girl's mouth to shout most unnatural cries. With her hands and blood you paint your devil symbols on the walls." Again, I have no clue what I started saying. Jordan raised his index finger. What's on the wall, Dan?" "You know what you wrote, laptop." A slight hint of burnt plastic was coming from the laptop. It was so hot at that point that I couldn't hold my hand on it for long. Okay, I promise to leave this girl and her family alone if you answer truthfully to my question, alright? What the fuck are you doing, Jordan? I whispered. Let's just see where this goes, okay? He said defensively. I do not make deals with Hellspawn. Now leave. And that's the first time we heard another voice talk to us besides Dan's. It was a woman. Please, I'll answer what you want instead of the priest. Just leave my child alone. Jordan and I looked at each other. My boyfriend then shrugged and said loudly to the laptop, Deal. I slapped his wrist disapprovingly, but deep inside I also wanted to know how this played out. Alright, said Jordan. First, what year is it? There was some back and forth between the woman and the priest. We assumed, but we couldn't make out a thing. Then the woman said, The year of our Lord, 1898. There was some muttering again. It seemed that the woman was reciting a small prayer. Are we listening to the past somehow? I whispered. I don't know, he said. Ask them what's on the wall. Jordan raised his voice. What is written on the wall? The woman spoke again. There are a lot of boxes, and on top of each one, in the right corner, there is a small cross. Aha, I said out loud. See, how can we be demons if there are crosses? The priest said, Tricks. The devil can even quote scripture if it suits his purpose. Please let the woman continue, said Jordan. In the middle of each box, it says a fatal error has occurred. Press OK to continue, said the woman. Then there's a smaller box underneath with the letters O and K. My jaw dropped. I've seen that before. We gaped at each other in disbelief. Jordan pulled out his phone and, after a moment of Googling, he said, And the unnatural cries of your daughter, do they sound like this? Then he played the Windows XP error sound. We heard a few screams. They really didn't like it, it seemed. That's the cry, said the woman finally. A thin wisp of smoke came from the sides of the laptop. The smell of burning plastic was almost unbearable. And what is your name? And your daughter's name? Where do you live? Asked Jordan. Dan interjected before the woman could answer. That's enough, demon. I will not let you take this poor woman's soul. Now leave as you have promised. Alright, said Jordan. I'll give you a formula to recite, okay? After you do so, I should be gone. At least I think so. Do not attempt to trick me, Labtalk. My faith is strong. I will not use your spells. Jordan paused for a bit and then said, Then let the mother do so. Say these words in order, okay? Alt F4. You got that? The woman repeated the words loudly and without hesitation, despite the priest's protests, and it seemed to have produced some effect because a second later loud gasps came over the speakers. It sounded like there were more people in that room than I first thought. One of them shouted, Witchcraft. What's happening? Tell us, I said. A box has disappeared from the wall, the woman said. That part is now clear as the day it was painted. Repeat it again until the boxes are gone and once more, Jordan said. And the woman did so, each time followed by a round of gasps. There is a different box now, and in the middle it says shut down. Okay, I know what that is, said Jordan. Say the word enter, just that one word. The woman repeated the command, and the speakers played the Windows shutdown sound. The laptop screen finally went black. Half a second later, all hell broke loose. The laptop burst into flames. I ran to the kitchen to get water. Thick black smoke filled the apartment quickly, and the acrid smell stung my throat. I couldn't see a thing. I fumbled through the smoke with a Tupperware full of water in one hand, but there was something wrong. The chairs and other furniture I held onto while trying to navigate the room did not have the same feel or shape to them. Then I ran into Jordan, but when we collided I saw the face of a stranger. It was a clean-shaven middle-aged man with a clerical collar. He seemed to be equally scared and surprised to see me. I dropped the water on his feet and ran away screaming, "Jordan, there's someone here!" I heard my boyfriend scream too, and I followed his voice. I bumped into something and fell on a bed that was definitely not supposed to be in our living room. There was a girl on the bed who screamed when I fell on her. To my horror, I saw that her hands and feet were tied with rope. With a hoarse and tired voice, the child yelled, "It's you! He's gonna take you! And us! We'll be with him forever!" I was paralyzed with fear. A moment later, I felt hands grabbing my shoulders. I screamed like never before in my life. Then I heard Jordan's voice behind me. "Let's go, now," he said. We ran blindly and somehow managed to find a window. Jordan opened it and helped me to get through. A few moments later, we were outside, breathing in the fresh air and coughing our lungs out. There wasn't any fire that we could see inside, just thick black smoke. The smoke was definitely something unnatural because it started disappearing just as fast as it manifested in the first place. We watched in disbelief as the thick black cloud retreated back inside the house, instead of gushing out the open window. Peering inside, we could see it flowing to one central spot in the living room. Distorted screams came from the black, gassy mass. I swear that at some point, as it shrank, the smoke formed the shape of a person, and then in a split second, it was gone. The screams cut off abruptly. When we went back into the house, there was no fire damage nor blackened walls, and no one else was there. We found a lump of molten plastic and metal on the coffee table where the computer stood. I guess it really is time to buy a new laptop. It started with a cut. I had not thought much of it at the time, nor could I tell you where I even got it from. It's the only thing I could think of that would explain it, how they got inside. It was a thin cut on the center of my right palm. It hurt more than my ego would care to admit. As a precaution, I cleaned it and applied a liberal amount of antibacterial cream before covering it with a bandage. It had been a nuisance while pushing my computer mouse around with it, constantly reminding me of its presence. I lifted my hand and rotated my wrist. A rough series of cracks sounded off with the sensation of dragging a stick through gravel. Paper cuts and carpal tunnel. The hazards in my field of work. I turned my gaze to the bottom right corner of the screen. 4:48 p.m. 12 minutes from the end of my shift. My supervisor had already slipped out. They had tickets to something, it didn't matter. I wasn't paying too much attention at the time, truth be told. They had bragged the whole afternoon away and strutted out a full hour early. None of us had the desire to challenge the person above us on the food chain. God forbid if they found out I took less than 15 minutes at the end of the day. Not the most pleasant work environment, but it was the one that actually hired me. Perhaps my exploitability was my key asset. Most of the other workers had taken their chances and left soon after the supervisor's exit, leaving me behind. Seeing no one was around, I signed out and turned off my monitor. Sliding my papers into my pack, I lifted it up by the strap with my right hand, not giving much thought to the action. I dropped it immediately in response to a shooting pain. I looked at my palm. The bandage was virtually pristine, save for the wrinkles caused by the curvature of my hand. Odd. It had felt as if I grasped a curling iron, or at least I imagined that's how it felt. I gingerly tested the strap with my right hand again. It seemed fine. The sensation had been far more severe than anything I had felt during the workday. I decided against putting further unnecessary stress on it. Using my left hand, I hoisted it around my shoulder. It had already fallen dark by the time I walked out into the office parking lot. I would have complained, but around this time last year, we had a significant snowfall. I was just happy I didn't have to drive home through the snow. My palm was throbbing. I had no gloves on me, so my hands were rather cold, but the sensation was far greater in my bandaged right palm. It was as if an icicle pierced right through its center. I hurried towards my vehicle in the corner of the empty lot. I flung the driver's side door open and tossed my pack into the passenger seat. My eyes opened, their vision consumed by a miniature mountain range of white that was a stucco ceiling. I blinked the sleep away from my eyes. A thought was developing, yet it dragged along, scraping the inside of my skull, refusing to form into anything coherent. I just laid still with an instinctual feeling that something was not right. Without my mind giving any definition to this feeling, I was unsure how to act. My eyes remained on the ceiling. It was much like that which coated the ceiling of my parents' old home. I hadn't seen much of the unappealing substance since I moved out. My apartment styling was an amalgamation of wood, concrete, and glass. Perhaps a few years ago its design would have been considered inspired. I was not in my own bed. My eyes shifted downwards carefully. Light shone through the window a few steps from the foot of the bed. The walls were lined in yellowing wallpaper. The scent of years of cigarette smoke hung in the atmosphere. My eyes tilted to my right. The red digits of a clock sitting on the peeling wood of a nightstand read 7:23 a.m. My attention drifted to the left. The sheets were in disarray, leaving the impression of another body that inhabited the space moments before. I slowly sat up. I took in my surroundings. There was a brown, rotting desk in the corner with a seemingly ancient metal lamp upon it. A black tube TV was wedged into a cabinet sitting in front of the window. To its left, a door marked "Beaten, wearing its years of abuse." The door's painted white metal acted like a canvas for the dark streaks and other miscellaneous smudges that adorned it. I was in a motel, a real dump of one at that. I waited for memories to materialize. Nothing came. The parking lot, then this. I felt my stomach churn. It was as if time lurched forward without warning. The room was dizzying. My head turned towards the left of the room. In the corner was the entrance to the washroom. I hesitated for a moment. Burgundy curtains were drawn partway across the window, cloaking the left side of the room in shadow. Despite my nausea, I had little desire to cross the threshold of darkness towards the washroom. Rubbing my face, a soggy bandage slightly caught on the bridge of my nose. A sharp response shot off from my hand, causing me to pull it away. It continued to ache dully as I inspected the warped bandage. Past my hand, my clothing and shoes sat among the mucky brownish-red carpet. Without stepping onto it, I leaned from the bed and snatched up my belongings. Hastily throwing them on, I stood up and began to make my way towards the room's exit. I heard something fall off of the bed. A pillow or a blanket, perhaps. I wasn't sure, but I heard something. I turned around, my back to the front door. It was faint. A moan of sorts, just barely audible. I wanted to pretend that I didn't hear it. I stood still, unable to control my motor functions. I just stared into the dark. The moment hung in silence. A pale, wiry hand slowly lifted itself from below the other side of the bed. Its digits clawed a crumpled sheet. Low moaning emanated from the dark. The noise sustained, becoming louder with every moment until, without warning, it became a shriek. I broke from my daze and spun towards the door. I grasped its handle and flung it back, fleeing out of the room. I refused to look behind me as I sprinted, creating as much distance as I could from the thing in the room. The chill ate at my skin as I ran through the outer walkway of a weathered green building. The winter sun was just beginning to rear its head. I approached a metal stair set leading down to the car lot below. My shoes clanged against the steps, echoing out into the silent morning. Once I reached the ground floor, I stopped and surveyed my surroundings. I had no idea where I was. To add to my concern, my vehicle could not be found amongst the handful that were sitting in front of the two-story relic of a building. I looked up towards a sign that sat atop a pole placed by the parking entrance. Motel was written in filthy fluorescent letters. The O was flickering. Scanning my surroundings, I noticed that the motel seemed to be tucked away in some sort of industrial district. I turned around to face the building I had just come out of. My breath plumed in the brisk morning air. Looking past the second floor railing, I spotted the room that I had fled from. The door was still open. I couldn't make out much else beyond that. My legs began to move before my mind even seemed to command it. I had no direction, just the need to escape, to be somewhere, anywhere else than here. I was running towards the parking lot exit. In my mind's eye, the foul creature had crawled out onto the balcony, leapt down to the pavement, and was chasing me on all fours, frothing at the mouth. Sound had been muted. All I could hear was the beating of my heart accompanied by rhythmic breathing. The air stung my throat as I ran straight into the street. I nearly caught my leg on a pothole as I ran helplessly without any direction. I could feel it gaining. My chest squeezed as I felt it right on top of me. I continued to run, heaving, nearly out of breath, like a racehorse about to collapse. Electricity danced around in my brain. The scenery began to darken. There was nothing. Just a sound, liquid, gurgling, distant, yet all too close. A violent tremor, something shaking at my feet. I could feel its vibrations, yet I could not see. The veil was slowly lifted, concrete, columns dispersed across a barren gray landscape marked by yellow dividing lines. Pipes overlapped one another on the ceiling. Glaring lights emanated from a strip of fluorescent bulbs hanging above. An arrow was painted in the middle of the path, followed by another which curved left, leading down a corridor that spiraled out of view. My entire body felt rigid. How was it possible that I arrived here unconsciously? I tried to turn my neck and met a mild resistance. An invisible force tugged in the opposite direction as I turned to look to my right. It dissipated. A parking garage continued for some distance before me, with only a few cars scattered amongst the stalls. My body ached and my eyes burned. I blinked a few times, trying to shake away my fatigue. The entire structure was silent save for that sound. Rustling intermingled with a low gurgling. A sound that in my stupor I did not register. As my mind fought through the distress of finding myself in another unknown location, I finally fixated on it. The origin of the noise was close. Incredibly close. At first glance, it seemed as if I was alone in the structure. My gaze locked forward. Right where the arrows led off to the side, there was a concrete wall broken up only by the pristine metal doors of an elevator. In its reflection was an obscured picture of myself and a dark blob directly at my feet. If the image on the doors was to be believed, something was laying right in front of me. It was just out of my vision. All I had to do was look down. The sound became more violent. It was that of a struggle. I felt something brush against my left leg. I tilted my head and looked down upon it. On the hard surface below me was a man. He wore a black raincoat and blue jeans. He had a thick brow and hollow cheeks. His eyes were light blue. There were the details that I attempted to focus on, trying to avoid processing the entire picture. The man was convulsing in his own fluids, arching his back upwards and slamming it into the concrete. Streaks of blood came from the stripes that his nails had carved into his throat. His left hand gripped his chest as his right continuously raked at his throat. Saliva and bile dripped from clenched teeth that looked like they were on the verge of shattering. All the while, his eyes were trained upon mine. I wanted to collapse, but my legs were locked in place. The body twisted and contorted to the point that I thought it was going to fold in on itself. Then it stopped. The man's back fell flat on the concrete. Stillness. Life left his eyes. The pupils stared directly at the ceiling. For a brief moment, I thought I noticed something. Just at the inner corner of the man's eye, something poked out. A bundle of dark strands with distinct bends in them part way. Each of them had irregular, jagged grooves. If I had to compare them to something, I would say they were almost like spider legs. They rotated and extended in each direction, then slid back inside from whence they came. The man's cold blue eyes darted right, looking directly at me. I stood in a dimly lit room. A warm liquid made its way down my right arm. There was a large gash in my bicep. I could see it, but could not feel it. A sensor light provided a slight amount of illumination from the outside. Glass was sprinkled across the carpet with intermittent bloodstains. My eyes followed the trail of red which led to the remnants of a sliding glass door. It had been shattered. Something had even caught the frame, knocking it off the tracks. Past a bookshelf, just behind a sofa, something stuck out. I cautiously moved towards it. My legs stopped at the edge of the sofa. I leaned over. Not much detail could be discerned in the faint light, but I saw enough. A grown man in a gray t-shirt and boxer shorts lay on the floor face up, his feet sticking out just past the furniture. Behind me, a light wheeze glided through the air. I turned towards the noise. There had been a door behind where I had come into consciousness. It was slightly ajar. A few glowing stickers that depicted smiling planets, stars, and the like were haphazardly thrown across it. At the center of the doorway was a small silhouette of a body. It twitched. I felt my insides nearly collapse on themselves. A soft whimper echoed through the building. My body became rigid. The cry sounded off again. It was muffled, but I could hear it all too well. My legs began moving, but not by my command. My neck twisted to the right. A carpeted staircase was before me. I continued towards the noise. I tried to stop. My body continued. My arms, legs, nothing responded to me. I ascended the steps. As the stairs creaked, the cries peaked in terror. The sound which once seemed almost silent was now deafening. It was as if my hearing had blocked out everything else and isolated the noise. At the top of the steps, I passed by a hallway lined with family photos. My eyes remained locked forward. Stopping abruptly, I pivoted to the right. My vision was consumed by a door. Whatever was behind it attempted to hold its breath, but their heartbeat was painfully audible. Without warning, my body slammed repeatedly against the door. The person behind it began screaming. On the third try, the door flew off of its hinges. Inside, a street lamp shone through a window's blinds, revealing a dark-haired woman. She lobbed something. It collided with my left shoulder, and I proceeded forward. She backed into the corner of the room, unable to say a word. I lunged forward and threw her to the ground. My hands latched onto her head and began to pry her jaw open. Leaning above her, I felt my body shake as my mouth began to stretch open. Stripes of light from the window revealed the awful scene. The feeling of thousands of fibers dragging across the esophagus spurred my mind into a frenzy. A flood of minuscule wriggling masses came pouring out of my mouth, falling straight into hers. A few fell just shy of her mouth and crawled their way inside. I was able to spot one of them as it passed a blade of light. At its center was a porous white body. Sprouting from all angles were several dexterous strands that transported the grotesque masses at a disturbing speed and steadiness. Their form almost resembled the seed heads of dandelions in a hideous caricature of nature. Tears came from my eyes as I was helpless, only able to watch. My jaw then clamped shut and I let go of her. I watched as the last of the creatures crawled inside. Her jaw remained open, grotesquely askew. Eyes wide, her face locked into an expression of shock. My body stood up robotically and my gaze remained locked on her as she began to convulse on the ground. I don't know how much more time I have before I become nothing more than an observer. The hours that I am awake have begun to dwindle. I have lost track of time completely. I cannot say if it has been days, weeks, or months. They know everything I intend to do. There is not much that can be done. There are others out there who have lost their bodies and soul. All I can do is write about it with the time I have left. They sense no threat in these actions, perhaps because I know it is futile. What are they? How did they get inside that cut? I will never have answers to these questions. All I know is that they will continue to spread. Watch the people around you and take note of their strange behavior. I wish all of you well. If you do not heed these warnings, you may end up like me, a passenger. Don't look them in the eye. Don't tease them. And never talk about them. Shelley warned me, her forefinger in my face. They live in secret, she said. You dare speak about them and they'll curse you. I won't tell, I said, rocking back and forth excitedly. We'd always played together, but this was the first time Shelley revealed a secret to me. The sun had nearly set on Grand Prairie Trailer Park, my childhood home. I was 7 years old. Mom and I had just moved from our trailer into Reg and Shelley's, which was tucked at the end of a gravel-lined, dead-end road. Everyone in the trailer park knew everyone else, and everyone avoided Reg. Don't tell you-know-who, Shelley said, referring to her father, Reg, or I'll never play with you again. She squishes my cheeks between her fingers and thumb, turning my lips into a blowfish. And I'll hate you forever. Her bubblegum smelled of artificial grape. I won't tell, I swear. Pinky swear? She held out a curled pinky. I interlocked mine with hers. Follow me, she said, and be quiet. In our snow boots and puffy jackets, we trudged out across the field behind the trailer. To the west, a snow-capped Mount Meridian stuck up like a frozen wart from the tree-lined horizon. Pines spread down the mountain like an army, stopping a stone's throw from the field's back fence. To the east, acres of cow pastures rolled into the distant hills. Woven between the bushes in the field out the back of Reg's trailer was a series of tripwires disguised with flashing Christmas lights. Reg told me he put them up to keep the deer from eating off his crabapple tree. And the threat of scavenging bears is why he had a rifle and practiced it on a burned-out car in the middle of the field. I didn't think much of it. I just thought he wanted to protect his daughter. But halfway through the field, we crossed an old shed with words spray-painted in black across the side facing the forest that spoke a warning. Any of them who trespass, God casts to hell. Following Shelley into the forest, I turned to look behind. The field, the trailer, and the road were all gone. In their place stood tall, dark trees. Mom had warned me not to go into the woods, but she told me to follow Shelley's orders too. Shelley was 12, 5 years older than me, and often babysat me. Do you know the way back? I asked. Shelley's breathing grew heavy, snow crunching under her steps. I could find my way back blindfolded. She shot me a glance, pupil cornered in her eye. But you couldn't. I quickened my pace. My eyes roved to and fro, monitoring for them, whoever they were. Monsters, cannibals? Shelley wouldn't tell me, only that they'd committed great sins and hid deep in the woods, away from the eyes of God. She slowed to a stop. "Alright, you wait here," Shelley said. "I'll go call them." "Can't I come?" She shook her head. "You'd scare them away." "I'll be quiet." "No." My heart leapt in my chest. I shut my mouth and nodded. She turned to leave. There were woods in every direction. I had no idea how to get back home. Don't go without me." She turned to me. "I'll only be a few minutes." "Mom said you're supposed to keep me in sight." "You will be," Shelley said. "You just won't see me." "What if there are wolves?" For a moment, Shelley paused and then retrieved something from her pocket. Her jackknife. She took my gloved palm and pressed the folded knife into it. "Use this. Anything happens, yell my name and I'll come running." I nodded, slipping it into my pocket. She walked into the network of tree trunks and snow-covered rocks and fallen trees. The sound of her boots flattening snow receding into silence prevailed. And just like that, she was out of sight. I didn't dare move, not even a few feet. The trees were so tightly packed I didn't want to be in the wrong spot when she got back. A minute passed, maybe a few. I wondered if I could fight a coyote or a wolf. No way, I'd concluded. The light vanished, only enough to see a few trees deep before they melted into a heavy, blackening mass of twisted branches and gnarled trunks. My 7-year-old imagination spun images of the darkness of screaming faces with distended mouths. If Shelley never came back, I knew I'd freeze out there, and the thought made me whimper. The sight of my breath pumping into the abyss reminded me I was a breathing animal of flesh and bone, something that could be hunted and eaten like any other, and it drove me to contemplate my own death. A loud snap broke my thoughts. I whirled on one foot, shaking. It sounded like a branch in the distance. It echoed and could have come from the left or right. Squinting so hard my eyes shut, I searched for movement. A crunch, like a nest of twigs being stepped on. Heart hammering, I muttered incoherent noises, imagining what it could be. Was it them? Or a coyote? A wolf? "Shelley?" I shouted. Desperate, my eyes and ears strained for a sign. Another crunch, then another, from behind. I twisted so fast I lost balance and nearly fell. Where was she? "Shelley? Something's in the woods." The crunching and breaking of dead branches drew nearer. My whole body shook, and my snow pants filled with warmth, and for a moment I thought I lost feeling in my legs, but no. I'd wet myself. Crying, I screamed for Shelley at the top of my lungs, but she wouldn't come. I could hear its labored breathing. More than one moved through brush and trees encircling me. "Mom, help!" I cried, body shuddering. A clump of snow hit the top of my head. Forgetting the jackknife in my pocket, forgetting everything, I ran, bolting into the darkness without thought or direction. "Don't worry, you're not in trouble." She wasn't dressed like cops I'd seen on TV. She had a white collared shirt and dark blue suit on. I couldn't look in the face, so instead watched a cockroach crawling along the windowsill of my bedroom. It seemed lost, feeling the air aimlessly with its antenna. She tried to scooch her chair closer, but it caught on the thick pile of the brown carpet. So she undid her jacket and leaned forward. Her badge was clipped on her belt at the hip along with a holstered gun. My legs dangled from my bed, one knee twitching. "How'd you find your way home?" she asked. I shrugged, staring at her gun now. Did you run away on purpose? I shook my head. Just got lost. And you kept walking through the woods in the dark and eventually found your trailer? I saw lights and went towards them. She nodded and asked something I didn't expect. Have you ever told someone a secret? I looked at her. She was about my mom's age, wrinkles in the corners of her big, kind eyes. She wasn't smiling, though. What kind of secret? I asked. You know what a bad guy is, right? Like the bad guys on TV? What do you think makes someone a bad guy? She asked. Someone who robs or hurts people? Exactly. She brought her hands together under her chin as though in prayer. Is Reg a bad guy? I pressed my lips into a grimace and scratched my head. An incoherent mutter escaped my mouth. Has Reg ever asked you to keep a secret? A hard ball grew in my throat, a ball I couldn't swallow. She leaned closer and lowered her voice. I followed the footsteps you left in the snow. There was another set besides yours. The muscles in my jaw tensed. Those must have been Shelley's. She shook her head. They were adult footsteps. I followed them as far as I could and found more, nearly 10 pairs of adult-sized feet. I followed them until I hit a ravine and they disappeared. Head dipped, I said nothing, gripping the blanket on my bed. If you tell me whose footsteps they were, I won't tell. It'll be our secret, okay? I wanted to tell her, but I couldn't. If anyone found out about them, bad things would happen to me, or my mom, or Shelley. So I kept my mouth zipped. Shelley nursed her stomach. Reg had belted her there, so she could go out in public without him getting accused of beating his daughter. What did you tell that cop? She hissed at me, grunting in pain. We were in her bedroom. The cop had left, and Reg and my mom were having an argument outside by the woodpile. Their muffled yelling got interrupted every few seconds by Reg splitting a piece of wood. Each thud of his axe was heavy, and so strong the impact reverberated through the trailer into my feet and legs, then traveled up into my skull, making my teeth prickle. I didn't say anything. Nothing? She grabbed my chin, her other hand still cupping her stomach. No, but what? A loud chop followed by the peeling ache of wood splitting into two halves and clattering to the ground. She saw the tracks, I said. The ones made by them in the woods? She looked away, wrinkling her nose. Fuck. Is that bad? If the cops find out about them, we're dead meat. I remembered something. Here. From my pocket, I retrieved Shelley's jackknife and held it out to her. She hesitated before taking it. What did you do to it? Scrawled along the handle, I had etched her name and filled in the groove letters with whiteout. Another deafening chop. In case you lose it, I said. She laughed. God, you're so lame. She gave me a light kick. I kicked back. Grinning, her tongue curled out the corner of her mouth, and she leaned forward and shoved me against the wall. We started roughhousing, grabbing and shoving each other. Mom and Reg's yelling outside grew silent. Entwined on the floor, Shelley and I froze. Our eyes widened. Heavy bootsteps entered and crossed the trailer. We got up from the floor, brushing ourselves off, and straightened each other's shirts. Reg burst into the room, and with him came a foul vinegar stench. He sat on the bed and grabbed me by the arm, facing me to him. It was a doll in Reg's hand. A bear of a man, I remember. He'd reminded me of Paul Bunyan. His bushy, unkempt mustache dripped wet and his body heaved. In his other hand, he held a mason jar of yellow liquid. "Who led you to the forest, boy?" he asked, pulling me closer, eyes wild. When I didn't reply, he shook me. "Was it them?" My mom came to the doorway. "Was it them or not?" Reg said. "Stop it," Mom said. Reg's eyes were fixed on mine. All I wanted was to disappear with Mom and Shelly. "It was them, wasn't it?" Reg searched my face. "Leave him alone," Mom said. He took my chin in his sweaty palm and closed his fingers over my head. It felt like being in the grip of a hot catcher's mitt. "Tell me." "Don't you dare hurt him." The tone of Mom's voice scared me. It must have scared Reg too, because he let go. Reg kneeled on the carpet. In the center of the bedroom, from his shirt pocket, he lifted out a small, leather-bound book. Lowering his voice, he read to us aloud. "The heavens, that their beauty not be lessened, have cast them out, nor will deep hell receive them. Even the wicked cannot glory in them. They can place no hope in death, and their blind life is so abject, they are envious of every other fate. The world will let no fame of theirs endure. Both justice and compassion must disdain them. Let us not talk of them, but look and pass." Reg closed his eyes and placed the book in his pocket, mumbling something to himself. As a kid, I thought it was the Bible he read from, but I've since learned that it was a modified passage from Dante's Inferno. "Now we take our medicine," Reg said, exasperated, as though the reading had sapped all energy from him. "You first, boy." He held the jar under my face, unscrewing the lid. The acrid smell made me gag. "Go on, it's good for you. It repels them." That night, I woke to yelling coming from outside the trailer. On my digital clock, it read 2:25 a.m. When I stepped out in my pajamas, Mom was peering through the kitchen blinds. "Oh, Christ," she muttered. "What's going on?" I rubbed my eye. Mom opened the door and a blast of cold air turned my feet into bricks of ice. I followed her onto the porch, which faced the road. In the middle of the street, under yellow lamplight, Reg staggered, holding a half-empty bottle of whiskey. "Go home," someone yelled from their trailer. Don't you tell me what to do." Reg walked to the side of the neighbor's trailer and banged with a flat hand. "You're one of 'em, aren't you? Huh? Admit it." I ran to Shelley's room. She was awake, curled on her bed towards the wall, staring at it. "Shelley, your dad." I shook her to get her to come, but she wouldn't move or speak. I ran back to the door. Mom was in the street, coaxing Reg into the house. He swore at her, and when he attempted to stagger away, he slipped on a patch of ice. His hands flailed, and as he fell backward, the bottom of the whiskey bottle struck Mom in the temple. By the time I reached her, she'd regained her focus and was pulling Reg towards the trailer. Lying limp, Reg muttered as she pulled him across the road, his boots scraping the asphalt. A bump formed above Mom's eye and swelled so large blood seeped from its edges. "You're bleeding." "Get the door," she said, crouched down, arms scooped under Reg's. She struggled at the porch steps, and I was too small to help. "Shelley, get out here, or your father will freeze to death." Shelley emerged with a sullen face, climbed over her father, and hoisted his legs. "Your mom's outside waiting to pick you up," the woman at the desk said. I'd been called into the principal's office. Mom planned to pick me up for a dentist appointment, but she said she'd pick me up at 2 o'clock. It's only 1:30. I said. I guess she came early. I just got off the phone with her. She's waiting by the bus stop at the side of the school. Leaving school, confused as to why Mom made the dentist appointment earlier, I soon discovered she hadn't. It wasn't Mom's car at the bus stop. Idling at the side of the road was a black school bus. It looked as if it had been spray painted by hand. Patches of orange showed through at the edges. Even the wheels were sprayed black. Inside sat adults wearing black balaclavas, all facing forward. The door shuddered open as I approached. It was them. At first, I hesitated, then remembered what would happen if I didn't do what they wanted. I stepped in, and the bus driver pulled a lever, and the door shut behind me with a loud bang. The engine released a shrill hiss as the bus lurched forward. Wipers batted away clumps of snow, pelting the windscreen. Down the aisle, all the heads faced my direction, but their eyes were not on me. They were dead, unfocused, as if in a trance. All the seats were taken except one in the front row. I sat down next to a man dressed all in black. "The man you live with?" he said, turning to me. "Reg? He's a bad man." His voice sounded old, like my grandfather's. He wore a weather-beaten trench coat and a pair of glasses hooked around the nose of his balaclava. I watched the road ahead, conscious not to look him in the eye. The bus groaned as we turned a corner. "Reg ever hit you?" I shook my head. "What about his kid?" he asked. The man smelled of old leather. Maybe it was his jacket. I nodded. "The cops ask you about us?" "Yeah." I didn't want to get Shelley in trouble. I didn't want to get anyone in trouble. The black bus turned another corner. We were circling the school grounds. "I didn't tell the cop anything," I said. He made no reply. Biting my lip, I felt the heat inside my body rising. I wanted to unzip my jacket, but decided not to. The bus rocked to one side as it struggled over a bump of hardened snow. "How would you feel if Reg disappeared?" the man said. Staring at my gloves, I picked at loose strand of wool. When the bus slowed to the same spot, it picked me up. "He makes us drink his pee," I said. The bus came to a stop and the door accordioned open. "Reg is a mad dog who's hurt a lot of people. He's like a dog with rabies. And you know what people do when their dog gets rabies, don't you?" "Take them to the vet?" The man turned to me. "Ever see that movie Old Yeller?" The man handed me a walkie-talkie, black and rectangular. It was old and used, and not like ones I'd seen at the mall. More military style. "Keep this near you," he said, facing forward. Sitting in the principal's office, I watched the color drain from my mom's face as she jutted her forefinger at the woman behind the desk. "Get the principal now." "It sounded like you," the woman said in desperation. "What if he got kidnapped?" The woman's lips were trembling. "I swear to God, I thought it was you. I'll be more careful next time." Mom scoffed. "There won't be a next time. Do you know how serious this is? If you are not fired, there's something seriously wrong with this school." My nails dug into the plastic chair and scrapped back and forth. The principal walked in, and Mom raised her voice, and the more she talked, the more her words shook, and she began crying. The next morning's sun was low in the sky, and cicadas chirped and twittered. My ear throbbed from sleeping with the walkie-talkie under my pillow. Its static, mechanical clicking had woken me up, and I clenched the side button. Hello? A moment of static laced before the old man's voice came down the line. I'd assumed balaclavas from the black school bus. You remember the spot we showed you? I rubbed my eyes. Yeah. Go there. Now? Yes, now. I looked over at Shelley asleep on the bed across the room. Why? You remember the symbols? Yeah. Good. Get dressed and hurry here. Alone. Now. Why? There was no response. What was that? Shelley said, groggy, eyes still closed. I tucked the walkie-talkie under the covers. Nothing, I said and dressed into my snow gear and boots. Shelley fell back asleep, and Mom and Reg weren't up yet, their bedroom door still closed. Following the scarring on the trees, I made my way into the woods. It was them who taught me how to navigate the forest using symbols they'd cut into the barks. A secret I'd sworn to protect. It made the woods more inviting, and this time, stamping through the crisp morning snow in long strides, I didn't feel scared the way I did when Shelley first took me there. I remember wondering what they wanted to show me, and why so early. Close now to the clearing where their campsite was, I heard a mixture of laughs and grunts, echoes through the woods. The laughter roared, coming from one person. No doubt as to who the cackles belonged. Reg. Stepping carefully behind a tree, I investigated the clearing. In the center, Reg knelt, naked, his arms extended behind him, lashed to a wooden post. He was covered in lacerations. Blood trickled from a latticework of cuts across his chest, shoulders, face, and legs. Groaning, he laughed through clenched teeth as one of them, a hunched woman in a balaclava, drew a knife across the top of his chest. Reg screamed and the red line seeped blood. I stepped back, my stomach clenching. The forest receded. All I could see was Reg, my vision absorbing every detail of his cuts. The little pools of blood formed in the deepest crevices. A hand clapped onto my shoulder. Gasping, I looked up at a man in a balaclava. No words came from my mouth, and the man said nothing either. He pushed me into the clearing towards Reg, and circled by them. Head lolling, Reg's eyes upturned and drilled into mine. I fucking knew it, he said, voice hoarse. You're one of them. So's your mother, isn't she? I was in shock, and couldn't move or speak, my brain overheating with effort to process the scene before me. Isn't she? He yelled, startling me so bad I nearly swallowed my tongue. Eyes charged with rage, Reg attempted to stand, pulling at the post he was tied to. You won't get away with this, you little shit. Rocking back and forth, he got the post to wobble. One of them grabbed my hand and placed a knife in it. He pushed me closer to Reg. Reg was hard to look at. So much dark red blood leaked down his body. I tried to step back, but met the resistance of a hand. Do it, one of them said, an old woman's voice. I shook my head, body shuddering. Reg grunted and swung his torso, loosening the post in the ground. I was shoved forward and fell to my knees not 6 feet from Reg. The veins in his neck popped out so far I thought they'd burst, his thick arm and shoulder muscles bulging and strained. Reg let out a deep, primal yell. The post cracked and then exploded into 1,000 splinters. One of them, a man, plunged a knife at Reg's throat, but he grabbed their wrist mid-strike, pulled the attacker towards him, and jammed the knife up under the man's chin. Grabbing a chunk of shattered post, Reg beat another one of them across the head, sending the masked woman into the ground. Without thinking or making a noise, I ran into the woods. Chest heaving, my heart was on fire, so I peeled off my jacket and tied it around my waist as I sprinted through the forest. I couldn't dare pass out. I slowed to orient myself, darting my eyes from one bark to another until finally spotting a scar, an X stretched up a trunk of pine bark. I found the next scar, and the next. Behind me, ragged breathing drew closer, along with the crunch of footsteps in snow. "Good boy," the voice said, dry and rasping. "Lead the way." I turned and saw Reg, his naked slash body stepping towards me. "They showed you how to get out of here, didn't they?" He leaned up against a tree, tilted his head back, and winced in pain, scrunching his face. "Go on, then. I haven't got long left." I continued towards home, not knowing what else to do. There was nowhere else to go. I kept a distance from him, thinking maybe I could lose him, but he kept pace, apparently not as damaged as he'd looked. "Show me the way home, boy," he said behind. "You know how long it takes an ambulance to get out here? A long time." Tears filled my eyes and blurred my vision. I lost my bearing, so I stopped in my tracks. Wiping my eyes, the woods around me seemed endless, and I wondered whether dying there was better than continuing. "Don't stop," Reg said. "Quit your blubbering and get along. I'm losing a lot of blood. Shelly loves you. You gonna let her father die?" No, I thought. I didn't want Shelly's dad to die because if I did, she'd kill me or at least hate me forever. As scared of him as I was, in that moment I didn't want Reg to die. I didn't want anyone to die. Eyeing a bark scar made by one of them, I stepped towards it, regaining my pace. The moment the trailer came into view, I bolted across the field faster than I'd ever run in my life, yelling for my mother and Shelly. Standing on the porch, seeing me run at her, Mom's face turned ashen, and when she looked behind me, her hands closed over her mouth. Pushing her inside, I explained that Reg was coming to kill us, to lock the door, and to call the police. While Mom called 911, I deadbolted the door, and through the window watched Reg close in on the trailer, struggling across the field in a blood-drunk stagger. The desperation to stay alive seemingly fueled his body. Reg glistened red in the brilliant morning sunlight on the stark white snowfield tracked with footsteps of his blood. His gargled yell sounded as though from another world. "Boy, come out here, boy. I know you're one of them. You and your mother." Reg reached the porch of the trailer and banged the door. "Shelly, let your father in." "Where's Shelly?" I whispered to Mom. She was still on the phone with the police, her voice guttural, describing the scene and asking what to do. "We should grab a weapon," she said into the phone, looking at me for an answer. I don't know, a kitchen knife?" "His rifle," I said, pointing to their bedroom. "I'm losing a lot of blood," Reg moaned outside. Mom put the phone down and ran into the bedroom. A deafening bang shot through the house, and I thought the trailer might have cracked in half, but it was the sound of an axe through the door. The axe head pulled free, and as though swung by a giant, it struck again, snapping off a large chunk of doorwood. From her bedroom, Mom emerged with the rifle in her hands. "I don't know how to use this. Do you?" Another bang. "Is it loaded?" I sighted next to my mom, checking the chamber. "I think so." Mom pointed it at the door and fumbled, dropping it to the floor and picking it up again. "For fuck's sake. Oh, fucking hell." Reg's hand reached through the hole in the door, unlocked it, and entered, his large, naked, pulpy red body holding an axe. When he saw the gun, he stretched a trembling forefinger at it. "You don't know how to use that. Put it down." Mom aimed at his head. "It's loaded, Reg." Beneath the blood, his skin was ghost white. "I knew you were one of them. You and your boy." "I don't know what the fuck you're talking about," Mom said, voice trembling. "Even hell won't take you." His voice wavered. "You'll walk in limbo forever. Like the sound of that, boy?" He looked at me and stepped closer. His mustache dripped blood. "You can blame your mother for that." "You've lost your damn mind," Mom said. "Listen to yourself." His attention turned back to Mom and the rifle. "Put it down. Police are coming, and an ambulance. It's not too late. They'll patch you up." He stepped towards Mom, his face a few feet from the end of the barrel. "It's too late for all of us." "Reg, don't. You tried to kill me." "One more step and I'll fire. I swear." The end of the barrel swayed. His eyes focused, and he snatched at the gun. Mom fired, but she'd aimed the barrel too far to one side, and the recoil kicked back so bad she nearly fell over. Reg swiped the gun from her, and with his other hand grabbed Mom's throat and squeezed, pushing her head against the flimsy trailer wall that dented under the impact. "Stop it!" I yelled, grabbing his arm. He kneed me in the stomach, sending me to the floor. The room tilted. At Mom's feet, I watched as her face went blue and she beat his chest with both fists to no effect. Reg crouched, slipping Mom down the wall to sit next to me. I grabbed the gun and pulled at it, but Reg ripped it back, threw it across the trailer, and in one movement, grabbed me by the throat with his other hand. No air could enter my lungs. My legs kicked and my fists thrashed. Reg's pale face beneath the blood was haunting. He'd lost strength, no doubt due to having lost an incredible amount of blood. Finally, it was taking its toll. As though sensing the grip of death, veins popped from Reg's skull and his grip tightened. The trailer blurred. It was like being held underwater too long. Lungs on fire. I tried sucking the air one last time, but could breathe in nothing. A knife materialized at the side of Reg's head and plunged into his jugular. His eyes widened. The knife jerked outward from behind his windpipe, spraying blood and chunks of throat flesh. Then, at an angle, the knife stabbed him again, this time into the crook of his neck. His grip on my throat loosened, and I managed a gasp. Air burned down my constricted windpipe, just enough to keep me conscious. Both hands flat on the floor, I wheezed and strained to refill my lungs. Mom did the same next to me. Her hand clenched mine, and I looked up to see her purple face fading back to its normal color. Reg's body, a folded pile of gore, remained still and silent. He was dead. Sticking up from his neck was the handle of a jackknife with Shelley scrawled up its side in whiteout. Over the body she stood as one of them, masked in a balaclava, looking down at me. Behind the balaclava, green wet eyes glinted in the sunlight streaming through the curtains. She looked out the window as though she were beckoned. Slowly, I rose to my feet, hand against the wall. She grabbed me by the arm to help me up and brought me to the door so I could see them. Standing around the trailer were a group of them. Shelley let me go and removed her balaclava. All of them followed, removing their masks too. It took me a long while to recognize them. I'd grown up with them, lived with them all my life. Huddled around us were my neighbors, the residents. of the trailer park. I love my daughter. I really do, but my God, is she a little brat. Not your run-of-the-mill little brat either. Like, this kid is 6 years old and has an unfathomable comprehension of how to get under your skin in the worst possible ways. Sure, she scribbles on the walls like normal kids, but she knows to use Sharpies. Sure, she throws temper tantrums that could make your ears bleed like normal kids, but she reserves her best ear-splitting fits for when we're at church. Or out grocery shopping. This kid is sadistic, I swear. Once she started wailing in the parking lot of a Target that she wanted her real mommy. She pulled herself free of my hand and ran to some sweet, concerned old woman and convinced her she was being kidnapped. That was a lot of fun, being put in handcuffs, trying to explain to the cops that she's just going through a phase. A phase of being a little asshole. But here's the kicker. It's only with me. Around my husband, she acts like this precious little angel. Yes, please, Daddy. No, thank you, Daddy. She even speaks in a sweeter tone. Apparently, all her teachers love her. She's a model for the other children, they tell me. I don't know what on earth I ever did to this kid to make her hate me, but I swear she is trying to drive me crazy. She is even trying to tear me and my husband apart. She wants to get rid of me. My husband John and I were happy. Not bullshit Instagram happy, but truly happy together. We almost never fought, aside from little arguments over finances and things like that. But for the past few years, we've developed a deep resentment towards each other. And it's all because of her. Claire, the little brat that I'm honestly ashamed to call my daughter. I know it sounds awful, believe me. I hate myself for how I feel towards her. I wanted that mother-daughter bond more than anything, but it just isn't there. I have told John all of this. He brushes off my concerns and tells me she's just a child, that I'm the adult, that letting this get to me is more childish than her bad behavior because that's just what kids do. I'm starting to hate him for it. Why does he believe her over me? It's not normal, childish, bad behavior. There's something wrong with her. At my wit's end, I decide to take her to a therapist. Without John knowing, of course. He'll find out eventually, and I will have to deal with the screaming match. So be it. A friend of mine had a similar problem with her son. She said he was so misbehaved she actually feared him. That he once set his bedroom curtains on fire, and had she not been able to extinguish it soon enough, he may have burned the whole house down. She said this therapist was a miracle worker. That ever since his first session, it's like he is an entirely different Ken. That's what I need. An entirely different Ken. So, kicking and screaming, I dragged Claire into the car and off to see this miracle worker. The office was strange. I actually passed the driveway at first and had to turn back around. It was hardly noticeable at all. A dirt driveway through thick trees on either side. At the end of the driveway was a house, not the office I expected. Not entirely out of the norm for a therapist to see patients from a home office, though. I dragged Claire by the hand up to the front door and rang the bell. The door opened automatically and I found myself in a wide open foyer. As big as the house was, I had never seen such a minimalist interior design in my life. There was almost no furniture. The walls were all painted bright white. No photos on the walls. No photos anywhere, actually. I saw no end tables, just a big, empty room. "Hello?" said a voice so soothing it almost felt forced. To me it sounded more unsettling than soothing. It sounded fake. My name's Jane, and you must be Claire? She said that in the same sickeningly soothing voice. She walked us into what I assume was the living room. Just two couches facing each other. The whole vibe of this place just felt off. Like it was a rush set for a bad movie with a low budget. Mrs. Tyler, I presume? She directed her question to me. Yes, I've never done this before. I brought her in today because she has been displaying some very concerning behavioral... She cut me off there. No need to explain. I do this every day, Mrs. Tyler. Now, I'm going to have to ask you to leave, and I will call you to retrieve your daughter when our session has ended, she said firmly. Whoa, wait. I'm not going to leave my kid with some stranger. No offense, I said. Well, I'm glad to hear she has such a caring mother, but trust me, Mrs. Tyler, children are like animals. They act much differently when they feel they are being watched. If she knows you're here, the session will be pointless. She told me this as she guided me out the door. Kind of a weird thing to say, I thought. Wait, just hold on, I stammered as she shut the door in my face. I tried to open it but realized there were no actual handles. I remembered how the door just opened when I pushed the doorbell. I tried it, but nothing happened. I tried banging on the door, but all I did was hurt my hand. The doors were thick and heavy. I could tell she couldn't hear me. Okay, don't panic. I'm sure everything is fine. She may be a bit eccentric, but she was highly recommended, I thought to myself, trying to calm my nerves. John is going to fucking kill me when that little brat tells him about this. Fuck. My thoughts kept racing back as I got back in my car to wait. I must have fallen asleep. I was awoken by the sound of knocking on my window. It was the therapist holding Claire's hand. Groggily, I asked, "How did it go? Was she okay? Did she behave? Should we schedule another session?" "No need, Mrs. Tyler. She was wonderful. She is a bright young lady. Children often misbehave just to test the waters. It's how they learn what they can and can't get away with. It prepares them for understanding boundaries as adults. She will be just fine." She said goodbye to Claire and gave her a smile that made me sick to my stomach. That was not a normal smile. There was something unnatural about it. Like her voice, like it was forced, like it was just wrong somehow, and too big for her face. "Hey Claire," I said nervously. "So, how was your session? Did you like the therapist?" "Yes, Mommy, she was lovely. Thank you for taking me to see her. I apologize for my previous behavior. I'll be a good girl now. I love you, Mommy." What the fuck? I accidentally said out loud. "Mommy, you said a naughty word. We're not supposed to say naughty words. But I forgive you, Mommy. I love you, Mommy." She spoke in a different tone than I'd ever heard, even sweeter than the one she used with her father. Not to mention, she was no longer speaking like a 6-year-old. She sounded much older. Baby? Can you tell Mommy what you did in that therapy session? What did you guys talk about?" I asked. "Oh, just about school and you and Daddy. And then she let me play with this real pretty box. It was a puzzle box. She told me only really smart and special children can get it open, and guess what? I did it," she exclaimed proudly. I was at a loss for words. I drove the rest of the way home in silence. When we got back to the house, I started to prepare dinner, waiting for my husband to get home from work. Claire sat at the table quietly, coloring in her princess coloring book. Not the way a 6-year-old colors, however, and definitely not the way my 6-year-old colors. She used to just scribble angrily all over the pictures, all over the table, breaking her crayons and then screaming at the top of her lungs about it. But there she was, silently coloring perfectly in the lines, humming to herself a song I'd never heard. Now, if you have kids, then you know. They don't know a song you've never heard. In fact, they don't know a song you haven't heard played on repeats at least 800 times. But she just kept on humming this creepy little tune. "What song is that, sweetie?" I tried to ask sweetly, but I could hear the fear in my own voice. "The song inside my head," she replied. How is it even possible to be this terrified of a 6-year-old child? But I was. I was terrified of her. This was not my Claire. And while I believed before I didn't have the motherly bond with her that I was supposed to, in that moment I realized I did. Because I knew it in my bones that this child, this thing sitting at my kitchen table, was not my Claire. And as annoying of a little brat she may have been, I wanted her back, and I would do anything I had to do to get her back. I began screaming at her. I threw her crayons. I tore up her coloring book. I did everything I could think of to make her mad, make her snap back into her old self, but she didn't. That's when I unleashed the most evil thing I could have possibly said to her. "John isn't even your real dad, you little shit. Your real dad abandoned you before you were even born, and I married John 2 years later." As soon as I said it, I felt sick. How could I say something so horrible to her? We promised we would never tell her the truth. John was a good father. He was happy to raise her as his own. I waited for the tears, but they never came. She just stared at me. Her little eyes appeared devoid of emotion. If anything, she appeared moderately inquisitive. "Did you not like my picture, Mommy?" she asked with no emotion whatsoever. "What are you? What are you, you fucking freak?" I was screaming my throat raw, when of course John came home. "What in God's name?" he said. He picked up the girl and carried her upstairs, then came back down to yell at me. "What has gotten into you?" he asked. "She's just a child. I'm sorry, May, but you need help. You need to see someone. If you won't make yourself an appointment, I will." He turned to go back upstairs. "John, it's not her. You don't understand. It's not her," I said, my voice breaking. "This is not Claire. That is not our child. You have to believe me, John. Go up there. Talk to her. You'll see. It's not her." I pleaded with him to believe me, but the look of disgust in his eyes made it clear he did not. I had never felt more alone or scared in my life. I walked to the bottom of the stairs. I could still hear her humming. I ran out of the house, jumped into the car, and drove back to the house where I had taken her to see the therapist. I rang the doorbell over and over. Nothing. I picked up the biggest rock I could find and tried to smash through the windows, but even a crack appeared in the glass. I started to scream for the therapist, but of course no one came. I ran around to the living room window. Looking inside, I could see the 2 chairs that faced each other, and on the floor was a puzzle box, like the one Claire had described. I went home in a daze, tired, terrified, hardly able to think straight. I jumped on my laptop and began trying to search for anything at all that could explain what was happening. Was it something paranormal? Voodoo? Witches? Aliens? Did the therapist hypnotize her into acting like a completely different person? Did she drug her? That's when I found a forum for mothers, mostly about breastfeeding, how to deal with fussy babies, the terrible twos, etc. But there was one woman on there that they were threatening to ban from the forum. She was begging for help. She said her daughter had been replaced. She didn't know how or by what, but that her daughter was no longer her daughter, and if anyone could help her to please call her. And then she left a number. I called immediately. A distraught woman answered the phone. I explained my situation to her. This is what she told me. That whatever they are and wherever they came from was a horrible place. She called it another dimension. She said they wanted to come here, that they were taking us over one by one, that they could mimic us. They would take the form of someone here and send the human they were mimicking to their dimension, where they would remain trapped. Now, normally I would have just assumed this lady was batshit crazy. I mean, I still kind of thought she was batshit crazy, but I mean, what if she wasn't? I felt pretty damn crazy myself. How do you know all this? I asked her. I have been searching this phenomena for years, ever since they took my little Abby. There are others like us. They usually get sent away, labeled with cat-ras delusion. Believed a loved one is some sort of imposter, but they're not crazy. I'm not crazy. She screamed into the phone. She certainly sounded crazy. How do I get her back? I asked. You have to kill the mimic, she said somberly. Whoa, wait. Kill a 6-year-old? You're telling me to kill a fucking 6-year-old? I cried. It's not a damned 6-year-old. Whatever it is, it's old. Much older than you or I. Older than we have any idea. And they have been doing this for a long time. She told me. I've done my research. Believe me, instances like this date back to the dawn of written language. So, you killed your thing and got your real daughter back? I asked hopefully. She began to sob uncontrollably. She found out that I knew, because I was too afraid to get near her. So one day when I wasn't looking, she took a paring knife and stabbed herself right in the stomach. She told the doctors it was me who stabbed her. They said she was covered in bruises, all in places that could be hidden with clothes. She continued to cry. They put her in foster care. They took away my custody. I have searched and searched, but I can't find her. And until I do, my sweet baby is trapped in that awful place and there's nothing I can do. But you still can. You can still kill it. Kill it. Kill it. She continued screaming until I hung up the phone. I couldn't breathe. I began hyperventilating until I collapsed. When I opened my eyes, it was standing over me. Mommy, you fell asleep on the floor. That's so silly, she said in a sing-song voice as she skipped away, humming that song, that fucking song. I tried to go on with my life. I tried to convince myself that the therapist was just really good at her job. I tried to convince myself that it was just a coincidence that she happened to take a long vacation right after treating my daughter. I tried. I really tried. How could John not see it? I know she always was on her best behavior around him, but I still didn't understand how she couldn't tell this was not our daughter. She spoke like a little old woman. She was so poised and well-behaved she made the Queen of England look like a thug. How could he think this was normal? Unless he was one of them. Maybe he had always been one of them. Maybe since we met. Maybe since he was just a child too. How would I know the difference if the only John I ever knew was already replaced? That night, I made my decision. I had to do it. I had to kill them. I had to save my little girl and the poor child who had been taken away so many years ago, replaced by the man who calls himself John. I snuck into her bedroom as quietly as I could and held the knife above her heart, trying to gather the courage to do what had to be done. But even knowing what she was, even knowing my child was trapped somewhere awful, how could I bring myself to? Suddenly her eyes snapped wide open and she began to scream bloody murder. John rushed in and found me, knife in my hand, trying to hold her mouth shut. He wrestled me to the ground and called the police. The doctors tell me I had a psychotic break. They have me pretty sedated most of the time, so forgive me if this isn't the most coherent account you've ever heard. Every day they try to convince me that nervous breakdowns can happen, even to people who never had underlying mental illness, that due to stress and lack of sleep from dealing with a misbehaved daughter, my mind began to make connections out of everyday coincidences until I became paranoid, seeing only thoughts that lens of fear, making everything fit the delusion I had created. Even Claire's therapist came to see me. She had a slight tan. Apparently she was in Florida on vacation. So, I am insane. I drove myself insane and I almost killed my own daughter. I hated myself. I would be locked up here for the rest of my life and I deserve to be. At least that's what I believed for a short while. Until John and Claire came to visit. They both told me that they forgive me, that they hope I feel better soon, and that they still love me. Then they smiled, smiles too wide for their faces, and walked away humming that God-forsaken song. So here I sit, writing this in my journal. I will find the right person to give this to. I will find someone like me who can get this information out there. The world needs to know. How many of them are out there mimicking your children? How many children are trapped and alone in that dark, awful place? If anyone sees this, I beg of you, please find her. Find the thing that calls itself Claire, and save my daughter. You know what you have to do. I am a former police sergeant, and I'll admit it, I've seen a few things that have disturbed me, but nothing like this. Out of respect for the dead, I won't provide any names or actual locations, but I need to tell this story sooner rather than later. I've just gotta get it all off my chest. A family of 5, was last seen attending their kid's soccer game. They seemed to be in good spirits, laughing, talking, and making plans to go out with friends. Nothing was amiss. Their kids played wonderfully out in the field. Once the game was finished, they got into their SUV and drove straight home. These are all known facts, but what transpired afterwards is very, very hard to say. We may probably never know what exactly happened that night. Perhaps I don't even want to. The next day, the kids did not show up to school following the soccer game. The entire day went by without a single phone call from their parents. An unexplained absence. This was rare coming from the family. The parents did not show up to work either. Their positions remained unfilled for the day. No phone call to explain sickness or a family emergency was given. No one had heard from or seen the family at all. The coming evening, still with no word from the family, a neighbor and close friend of theirs went to check on them. The house was some distance from its neighbors, only just within shouting distance. Upon approach, the neighbor noted that their car was parked in the driveway. Still no sign of the family. The washing hadn't been hung up. Most, if not all, the curtains were drawn. It was dead quiet, too. Not a sound to be heard. Not even any bird song. He said that he felt like eyes were on the back of his neck, but he tried not to let it get to him. The neighbor, upon trying the front door and finding it locked, procured the home key from beneath a nearby rock. He said that, upon entry to the residence, he immediately started to suspect that something was truly wrong. The place felt cold. He described the household as looking suspiciously dark. The neighbor called out for his friends to no response. He was just about to give in and leave when he saw something black splattered on the floor down the hall from him. Now very worried, The neighbor approached it. He explained that, upon getting closer, an overwhelmingly strong coppery smell filled his lungs. He quickened his pace, fearing the worst, and found himself standing in the dining room doorway. There sat the family. The neighbor was inconsolable for the next several hours. This is where I come into the story. I remember trying to speak to him, but he was almost completely unresponsive. Wouldn't even look me in the eye. While paramedics took care of him, another officer and I entered the house. It was a long walk down that hallway. I recognized that coppery smell well enough, you know. It can fill you with all sorts of dread, knowing you're about to see something which you'll never forget. I entered the dining room. The scene was an absolute crimson horror show. The family, all 5 of them, were sitting around their dining room table. Their corpses had been propped up in their seats, their stiff fingers wrapped rigidly around their cutlery. The food, stone cold, was set out and all ready to eat. They'd been prepped to look that way, like some sick puppet show. Each family member was turned towards the doorway, facing whoever entered expectantly. I don't know how the killer knew we'd come through that doorway so that they could prop the family up to face the right direction. But they did. At least, I think they did. The heads were what got me, because, you see, their heads were gone. Sort of. Essentially, I could see their tongue and the bottom row of teeth, but the rest of the head, upwards, was simply gone. Lobbed off. A clean cut by the looks of things. But somehow, it didn't look like a surgical tool was the weapon used. Strangely, it looked even cleaner than that. The blood was simply everywhere. The corpses were covered in it. The floor was covered in it. The table was covered in it. Practically every surface in that room was colored a blackish scarlet. There were no signs of a struggle, no signs of fighting. Nothing was broken or out of place. There were no bruises on the family, no physical signs of fighting back against their attacker. We couldn't even find any evidence, apart from the murders, that anyone else had even been there. But of course something had. Something must have been. The crime scene investigation was tricky. There was so much blood, you see, that we had to be very cautious about where we stepped. Several officers simply couldn't stay in the room with the bodies. It was too gruesome for them. Many were outside, gagging and vomiting. I only overlooked the scene from a doorway. I don't even know how I managed to stomach it all. Maybe I was just in too much shock, but even the crime scene investigators were struggling. I could see the photographer's hands shaking as he took picture after picture of the family's corpses. Many times, one of us would stand back, needing to take a moment. Then, after some labored breathing, we'd leap back into it again. I watched over that entire investigation, just turning the facts over in my head. Even after the bodies had been removed, I just stared at all that blood. It wasn't adding up. The precision of those cuts, the lack of signs of fighting back, the insane amounts of blood spilled, the family facing the right doorway, like their corpses could hear us coming and were waiting expectantly. And now and then, the hair on the back of my neck would prickle. Every 10 to 15 minutes, I'd suddenly get this sense, a primitive sense that something was staring at the back of my neck. But whenever I turned around, there was no one there. Although strangely, I constantly found myself looking at a window, whenever I turned around to confront that sense of being watched. An empty window, certainly, but always a window. It was a relief to finally drive away from that house. Halfway back towards the station, however, the true grisliness of the situation struck me. The power of shock was finally wearing off. I pulled over onto the side of the road, walked into the bushes, and after a few seconds, let out my lunch. Then I simply got back in my car and kept driving to the station as if nothing had happened. The family didn't seem to have a lot of enemies. A couple of difficulties they were dealing with, sure, but we all had some. The kids were doing well at school, the parents were happy and quite financially secure. If anything, they were on the way up. Motive-wise, it made no sense. The best we could find was some strange comments made in the final days of the family's lives. More than once, the family had openly complained about the electronics failing to work on the property. His bedside lamp kept switching on and off, almost on a rhythmic beat. One time, while he'd just driven onto the property coming back from work, his radio started going completely haywire. Even when he turned it off, he said, he could swear he heard voices very vaguely playing over the speakers. Strange, garbled voices speaking utter nonsense. The children had complained about constantly feeling watched. They said it was like a prickly feeling, an electric sensation that sort of flicked up the nape. There was never anything there, but they kept complaining about it to their teachers and friends. The mother, who'd sported quite a late 90s hairstyle, mentioned it happening to her once or twice too. And these last couple of things really caught my interest. They kept finding the doors open. They'd ensure it was locked and bolted, and some 15 minutes later, it would be wide open again. No one knew what to think about it, other than that someone in the family was playing a practical joke of some kind. The mother made a point of checking the house for intruders, but there was no one else there, other than the family. Then, finally, objects would start getting misplaced. The kids kept coming to school without some of their books, and more than once the father couldn't find his glasses, which he was blind as a bat without. They'd always find them in the end, but they expressed a good deal of irritation over the same thing constantly happening. This may not sound like anything to you, but the fact that this happened so much deeply intrigued me. Then, the official autopsy report came out, and honestly, I just had more questions. Questions that have never been answered to my disappointment. The bodies, the coroner noted, were completely pale as a sheet. Now at first, that'd make sense to you, right? After all, the larger upper section of their heads was missing. But then they did a couple of tests and found that the bodies were completely emptied of blood. Not a single drop in any of their veins. And this simply made no sense. It seemed as if the brain being completely separated from the body didn't stop the heart from ticking, as if the heart had simply kept on pumping, gushing the blood out of the family's missing section of the head until they were utterly bled dry. The coroner in the end couldn't rule the murders as death by decapitation. The official verdict was death by exsanguination. It was astounding. We went the extra mile with that investigation, but despite digging up as much dirt as we could within our jurisdiction, we essentially found nothing. I spent many sleepless nights over that. I also drank more coffee over the case than I'd ever care to mention, and we never found the upper sections of their heads. They were simply gone. Vanished. Since then, no new revelations ever came to light. No one was ever suspected. The neighbors went through some serious therapy, but last I've heard, his life was never the same. He suffers from depression now. The really, really bad kind. The kind you don't come back from. And I haven't felt a lot better. Every night as I lay there trying to fall asleep, my dreams will be plagued with disturbing imagery. It's largely of the family. Those missing sections of their heads, the blood, those hands wrapped around the cutlery. I can never get it out of my head. It comes to me monotonously, constantly. In those dreams, the family is alive, trying to eat their food without their mouths. It's disgusting, as their blood pumps out and soaks through their food, but I can never look away from it. Then finally, we come up to date. I'm only telling this story for one reason. It started recently. I wasn't sure what to think of it at first. I hardly ever paid it any mind, but then it kept happening and happening. But a little while ago, my TV started acting up. I'd be watching a channel and little blips of static would crackle all over the screen. I'd unplug the TV, manually reset it and everything, but no dice. Still crackling. Then, a little while ago, I noticed something was going on with my shed. My shed sits some distance away from the house and has a gap between the top of the double doors and the peaks of its roof. Through that gap you can see whether the light is on or off, and now and then, I'd look through the window and the light would be switching on and off, but whenever I would go to check on it, the light was suddenly not doing it anymore. I just reckoned it was rats or something, so I set down some traps. But then I started to get that feeling of being watched. It started slowly, now and then, but it was a definitive sensation. I'd just be going about my day and suddenly my skin would crawl. I'd feel that sensation, that slight, vague sensation, that someone was staring right at me. Didn't matter where I was. In the store, on the street, fixing a post, drinking some coffee. I'd just get that feeling, but whenever I'd turn around, nothing there. But then... And this is where I started to suspect something was wrong. I started to find the front door wide open. Just now and then, I'd walk past the entryway, and there it would be, open, letting in the cold breeze. I'd close it, but then 10 minutes later, my wife would remark while walking past me, "You left the front door open again." At last, there was the misplacing of the objects. The TV remote, a cup of coffee, a book I was reading, my wife's hairbrush, or the shampoo bottle. Suddenly we'd just find them sitting somewhere else. Neither of us would fess up to moving it because, frankly, we were quite sure we didn't. I remember the most distinctive time, though, was when I was texting my friend. We were making plans to go out to this new restaurant in town, and I was asking him if he wanted to bring his son along. I set down the phone and finished the last bite of my eggs and bacon, and some 5 seconds later, my phone pinged, but it didn't ping beside me. Instead, the ping emitted from across the room. I looked up and there was my phone, now sitting on the other side of the room at the kitchen counter, no longer beside me. My wife wasn't home, yet somehow my phone was now sitting across the room. 5 seconds later, I was extremely wary for the rest of the day. Thankfully, nothing else happened. I told my wife, but she just laughed it off and told me I was being paranoid. But when I noted the similarities between the case of the family I investigated when I was still in the force, she didn't have any strong rebuttal. She just told me not to think about it too much, and that I was probably working myself up. Then finally there was the event that just transpired last night. I needed a glass of water, and so did my wife. So I went down into the kitchen to get us each a drink. I entered the room, feeling around blindly in the darkness for the light switch. Successfully locating it, I illuminated the room. I turned around, glass in hand, and nearly dropped the fucking thing on my foot. I almost yelled out, my heart rapidly picking up the mannerisms of a jackhammer. My fingers gripped the kitchen counter as I slowly processed what I was seeing. Across from me on the other side of the room was a large window that sits over my kitchen sink. And there, staring right at where I stood, as if they knew exactly where I was going to be, were 5 heads. Or to be clearer, the upper sections of 5 heads. They led down to the top lip, but the rest of the head downwards was gone. I slowly felt dawning recognition. There was a man's head, a woman's, and 3 children's. Just like... And then I saw the glasses the man was wearing. The glasses he was blind as a bat without. I saw the woman's distinctive black hair done up in a late 90s fashion. I saw the faces of the children, faces I knew all too well. These, lined up in a row on the windowsill outside my house, were the upper sections of the family's heads. The missing sections, gone for all those years, rotted, decomposed, gray and black and grotesquely mummified. Jesus, I wanted to vomit. I started for the back door, not even thinking. I stumbled outside, walking around the corner of my house, expecting to see the heads all lined up, but in the very short period that it took to walk out of my kitchen, through the laundry room, out the back door, and around the side of my house, the heads were now all gone. No residue was even left on the windowsill. I looked around, expecting to see someone watching me from the trees, but I stood alone in the darkness, alone, bewildered, but most importantly, I was horrified. What did this mean? What was going to happen to me? To my wife? Something struck me this morning. The timing of it all. I did some digging around in some records and took a trip down memory lane. It took some poking around and connections through old friends, but I finally found what I was looking for. And what do you know? Today is the 5th anniversary of their deaths. And I know it's also going to be the day of my own. It started on the last day of high school 4 years ago. I had just turned 18 and I was ready to spend my summer having the time of my life before starting college. The final bell rang and practically everybody sprang out of their seats, sprinting for the doors. I watched the stampede as I casually gathered my things and wished my favorite teacher, Mr. Krause, one last goodbye. I strolled through the halls listening to the haulers and excited yells of both upper and lower classmen alike. I got to the front doors, my girlfriend Aries waiting for me. "Took you long enough, Drew?" Her ocean blue eyes staring up at me. "Whoa, that thing's blinding," I yelled out while shielding my eyes and pointing towards her neck. "What, this?" She lifted her necklace up to me. It was the gift I had given her for her 2-year anniversary the week prior. "I'm glad you like it, Aries," I said, putting my arm around her as we left the building. We walked to my car, a 1991 Honda Civic. Thing was a piece of junk, but it was my piece of junk. We hopped in and started our after-school routine, which mostly consisted of grabbing food and driving back to her place to have sex before her little brother got back from school. Imagine our confusion when we pulled into her driveway and saw her dad and little brother waiting for us on the front porch. "Oh no, what are they doing home already?" Aries asked, unbuckling her seatbelt and running out of my car in a hurry. Her dad, Mr. Fletcher, and brother Jimmy were never home early unless something was wrong. I quickly followed behind her, running up the driveway and up the front porch steps. "Go in, Jimmy," Mr. Fletcher said to her brother. We watched as he went inside the house. As the door closed, our gazes shifted from Jimmy to her dad before Aries broke the silence. "Why are you guys home already? What's wrong?" He let out a sigh before speaking. "This morning, 3 kids, all Jimmy's age, went missing. No trace of them. They just disappeared. I have all of unavailable units as well as volunteers combing through the woods right now looking for them. I pulled Jimmy out of school early because it didn't feel safe to have him walking home from school alone. I'm going to go back out there now. Aries, you're in charge of your brother." "Wait, does Jimmy know that kids from his school are missing right now?" Aries asked in a panicked tone. He drew in a deep breath, breathing it out slowly before continuing. "No, one of the missing children is Ben Redding. I think it's best that Jimmy doesn't know about it for now." Ben was Jimmy's best friend. Knew each other since birth, and when Aries and Jimmy's mom died, Ben's mom took on a motherly role for him. "Oh, God. We have to go check on Miss Redding," Aries exclaimed, looking at me to agree with her. "We need to stay put, in the house with your brother. It is not safe for him to be home alone. I'll go see her. Aries, you stay with Jimmy. I'll call you as soon as I'm done checking on her, I said. Aries looked at me, tears welling up in her eyes. Fine. Please call me to tell me when you know what she's doing. She sighed out. I will, baby, I said, giving her a kiss. On the drive to Miss Redding's house, I stared up at the dark rain clouds slowly rolling their way in. I felt horrible for Miss Redding. She was recently widowed, and I could only imagine the pain that the fear of losing both of her loved ones brought her. I arrived at her house, the neighborhood eerily quiet for the events that recently took place. In fact, the whole town seemed eerily quiet. No doubt the police were trying to keep this on the down low. As I approached the front door, the quietness was disrupted by the sound of Miss Redding's faint cries from inside her house. Just as I raised my fist ready to knock on the door, I felt my phone buzzing in my pocket. It was Mr. Fletcher. I picked it up. Hello? Drew, I knew you were headed to Miss Redding's house, so I called to let you know first. We found Ben and the other kids. They are all alive. Scared, but alive. We're on our way to the police station now. Both shocked and excited at the news, I said, Thank God. I just got to her house. I'll let her know and we'll be on our way to the station. And hung up. With the sound of her cries still ringing through my ears, I knocked loudly on Miss Redding's door. Miss Redding, I called out loudly, knocking again. I gave her a minute before trying again. Miss Redding, they found Ben, I yelled. The sound of her cry stopped, and I heard her loud footsteps barreling down the stairs before forcefully swinging the door open. What did you say? She asked, her face wet and stained red from her tears. They found Ben and the others. Aries' dad just called to let me know. They're on their way to the police station now. Miss Redding collapsed into my arms, her sobs starting again. This time, though, they were tears of relief instead of fear. We have to go to the station, I said. All she could do was nod her head into my chest. With my arm around her for comfort, I walked her to my car. The drive there was somber to say the least. Although Miss Redding felt the relief of her son being found, there was an underlying nervousness in her energy. Periodically, I would glance over to her, and she would be staring out the window in a daze, ferociously biting and picking the skin around her thumbnails. By the time we reached the station, her thumbs were a bloody mess. I reached into the center console, grabbing a handful of old McDonald's napkins that I had been stockpiling for as long as I could remember, and reached my hand out, offering them to her. She perked up in confusion, my offering to her ripping her out of her thoughts. Huh? Oh, fuck. Thanks. She muttered as she realized the damage had began applying pressure to her self-inflicted wounds. Miss Redding never cussed. In fact, she forbid it from her house. That's how I knew there was a gloom hanging over her despite Ben being found safely. Remembering that I was supposed to call Aries to give her an update, I let out my own, oh fuck. As if she didn't just say the same thing. Miss Redding glanced over at me with a slightly puzzled, slightly disgusted look. I just remembered that I have to call Aries. You go see Ben. I'll meet you in there. I blurted out awkwardly. She nodded at me and got out of the car. Before shutting the door, she turned back. Thank you for your help, Drew. It means more than you know. I gave her a half smirk. Of course. I watched and waited for her to get into the police station before dialing Aries. I drummed my fingers on the steering wheel, listening to the ring of the dial tone before hearing the click of the line disconnecting. Hey, it's Aries. Sorry I can't come to the phone. I hung up. Anxiety spiking, I rang her again, but to no avail. 6 long rings. Click. Hey, it's Aries. I decided to leave a voicemail. Hey babe, sorry I forgot to call you sooner. They found Ben and the other kids. Miss Redding is flustered. Relieved, but flustered. Sorry if I'm springing a lot of information on you. I'm worried because you didn't pick up my calls, Aries. I hope you're okay. Please call me back as soon as you get this message. I love you. Click. I put the phone back into my pocket and buried my face into my hands, rubbing my eyes and letting out several groans before looking up again. I didn't realize how tired I was until now. With Ben and the others being found, I thought the anxiety would be gone, but now another question arose. Where's Aries? Although out of character for her, I wasn't going to let Aries not answering my calls rip me out of my stable mindset. She had always been a comfort to me, saving me from multiple mental breakdowns. If it wasn't for her, I truly don't know what I would do. And now that she isn't here, Stop, focus on your breaths, bring your mind back to reality, I told myself. I closed my eyes and pictured Aries' voice. Breathe, Drew. Everything will be okay. After a handful of deep, shaky breaths, I opened my eyes again. I had a job to do. I had to be there for Miss Redding and her son. I got out of the car, stretching my arms and taking one last deep breath before heading into the station. As soon as I entered the building, I heard the voice of Miss Redding. She sounded confused, unsettled. She knelt below Ben, who sat in one fabric stackable waiting room chairs, her long fingers stroking the boy's flushed cheek. Explain what you saw again, baby. Me, Chelsea, and Nicholas were walking to school together. Nicholas really had to use the bathroom. He said he wouldn't be able to make it to school in time, so he ran into the forest to pee while me and Chelsea waited for him. After a minute or two, we heard Nicholas scream. Each second, his scream got farther away, like he was being carried away by something. Mr. Fletcher stepped in. And at this point, you and Chelsea hadn't seen the person that took Nicholas? Nuh-uh. Me and Chelsea went running into the forest to try to help, following the sound of Nick's yells. I was ahead of Chelsea when the sound of her footsteps stopped all of a sudden. I turned around, but she wasn't there, and that's when I saw it. Ben was sobbing at this point and had to stop, collapsing into his mother's arms. Shh, it's okay, baby. Mama's got you. Mr. Fletcher clicked his pen against his notepad. Well, I think we have enough info for now. Why don't you guys go home and get some rest? Miss Redding nodded and thanked him. I handed my keys over to her. You guys go wait in the car. I'll be out in a couple minutes. I watched and waited as she picked Ben up and walked out of the police station, thanking Mr. Fletcher one last time. I turned to Mr. Fletcher, his deep blue eyes sunken in, begging for sleep. So, who took them? We don't know. Ben is the only one that saw the suspect. Claims they were taken by somebody who had no face or features at all. Says their entire body was just smooth, pale skin. No face or body? I asked. Mr. Fletcher took a deep breath. Yeah, I said the same thing. Probably just the imagination of a traumatized 10-year-old. I'm going to go back out there with what little daylight I have left. He put his cowboy hat back on and headed for the door. Me and Aries always joked about her dad wearing a cowboy hat. We lived in eastern Pennsylvania, surrounded by Appalachian mountains, and yet he pretended like he was from the heart of Texas. I'll let Aries know. You be careful, I called out after him. Without turning back around to face me, he raised up a hand, giving a gentle wave before pushing through the glass doors of the police station. I quickly left after he did, getting in my car quietly as to not wake Ben, who was now out like a light on the shoulder of Miss Redding. I sat parked on the curb of Miss Redding's house, staring at the slowly setting sun, trying to reflect back on the day. I spent so much time worried about everyone else that I didn't have time to process how all of this was affecting me. All I could think about was one thing, though. Aries. I checked my phone, still no calls or texts from her. I rang her. 6 long rings. Click. Hey, it's Aries. I hung up and tossed my phone onto the passenger seat. My own feelings were going to have to wait. With my anxiety peaking, I recklessly peeled out of Miss Redding's neighborhood and drove to Aries' house. Pedal to the floor the entire way. Where's Aries? I got to Aries' house, tires screeching as I slammed on the brakes, threw the car into park, unbuckled, and got out of the car. All in one swift motion. I ran inside, and besides my gasping breaths, the house was quiet. I called out to her, but I was met with silence. I ran upstairs, checking each room, but every one of them was empty until I got to Jimmy's room. There Jimmy was, in his bed, out like a light. I walked over to him, tapping my knuckles gently on his forehead. Hey, little dude. He was out cold. I would have checked his pulse had I not seen him breathing. Dude, I said a little bit louder, shaking his shoulder this time. Still no luck. The fuck? I whispered. This was just like how Ben was in my car. Even through the drive back to the house was bumpy. Pothole-filled ride. Ben didn't make a sound or move a muscle the entire car ride. I decided to let Jimmy rest. If anything, he was just sleeping off a long day. I inspected the rest of the top floor but found no more clues. With the panic inside of me rising, I felt as though I was moving in slow motion, as if I was fighting a water's current with every step. I trudged down the stairs, grasping tightly onto the railing, wading my way down into the kitchen. There, lying on the counter, was a sheet of computer paper. I picked it up and read the words, scribbled across the page, taking Jimmy to the park, be back soon, Aries. Although phones existed, Aries and her dad liked to leave notes to each other about their whereabouts. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. Thoughts were so jumbled in my head that I couldn't pick out a single one. All I knew was that going to the park was probably the best chance I had at finding Aries. After all, she wasn't in the house. Questions ran through my head. Why was Jimmy in the house, but not Aries? Who took the 3 kids this morning? Was me going out alone safe? Where's Aries? I ran to my car, flooring it the entire way there. I sprinted up the pathway, scanning the park and the forest that surrounded the dilapidated jungle gym. Where's Aries? Aries! I screamed out, running around the tree line, hoping, praying that my girlfriend would call back to me. I had almost reached the end of the tree line when I stepped on something hard, metallic. I looked down and immediately burst into tears. Aries' necklace. That same one that I had gotten her for her 2-year anniversary a week prior. Collapsing onto the ground, I clutched the necklace, putting it close into my chest as I sobbed into it. As I laid there in the fetal position, I heard the familiar ding of my phone telling me that I got a text message. A sudden feeling of tiredness washed over me. My eyes were beginning to close, but still, I reached into my pocket to see who texted, hoping it would be Aries. Sure enough, it was. Before passing out at the edge of the forest floor, I read the words she texted me. Hey Drew, I can't wait for you to see my new face. By the time my eyes finally opened, the sun had begun to rise. I laid in the cold and dewy morning grass, listening to the birds chirping all around me, and, for a moment, I was at peace. At peace until my mind finally came back to reality, and I remembered how I got to the edge of the forest in the first place. Where's Aries? I zapped myself out of my daze of tiredness and picked up my phone to see if I had any more texts from Aries. I clicked the home button, but all I was met with was a black screen. Dead. I threw it back onto the ground in frustration as my panic began to rise. My thoughts raced so quickly that it made my head feel heavy. I had so many questions, but only one stuck out to me. Where's Aries? For some reason, I knew that the answer to that was in the forest. Robotically, I started making my way into the thicket. Although I was moving, it was as if I had no control over my actions, like I was a character in a video game, being controlled by a player. I trekked into the forest, my body getting cut by the unavoidable dense shrubbery. I went on like this for what felt like miles. My legs were battered and tired, and yet I kept going. I had to find the girl that I loved so dearly. Sometime into my journey, I came across a deer, drinking from a stream. I was infatuated, and walked slowly up on the animal, being careful not to startle it. When I got about 10 yards away, it looked towards me, and for a brief moment we locked eyes. That eye contact didn't last long, however. The deer's ears perked up and its head snapped 90 degrees to its right. For a moment it looked off into the distance before turning and running off as fast as it could in the opposite direction. The deer was running away from something that I was making my way to. By this time, fear and anxiety had almost overtaken me, but I continued on. Occasionally, other animals would dart past me, trying to get away from whatever was on my path. The only thing to keep me from losing my mind was the sounds of the birds chirping, but eventually that stopped too. The forest was dead silent. A predator was nearby, and I was headed straight towards it. Soon after the birds stopped chirping, I came across a clearing, and that's when I saw her, Aries, with her back towards me, naked in the middle of the clearing. Excitement overcame me as I watched her long black hair flow with the wind. Aries! I called out to her, but she didn't respond. Although my legs were jelly at this point, I jogged over to her, slowing back down to walking as I got a few feet away from her. I noticed as I got closer that she was staring straight down at the ground, but I couldn't tell what she was looking at. I approached her. "Baby?" I said softly, putting my hand on her back. She didn't respond. All I could hear was what sounded like faint, muffled laughs, as if she was laughing with her mouth closed. I walked around her and looked down at whatever she was staring at, but there was nothing. Just the green grass of the clearing. My eyes shifted back up to her head and I put my hands on her shoulders. "Aries, look at me. Are you okay? What happened? Where's your clothes?" She began to slowly lift her head up. When her eyes got to my knee level, her head snapped upwards, her head cracking as she looked me directly in the eyes, her laughs behind her closed mouth getting louder and louder each second she stared at me. Her mouth began to curl into a grin and then into a full-on smile from ear to ear, the edges of her lips splitting open as she stretched them inhumanly far. When her lips ran out of room to stretch, her mouth began to open. Pale, translucent skin replaced what should have been teeth. I watched in horror as her mouth gaped open, veins and arteries protruding out of the skin that replaced her mouth. This wasn't my girlfriend anymore. This was the thing that took Ben and the other kids. I tried removing my hands from the monster's shoulders, but before I could, it grabbed my wrists, gripping them with so much strength that it felt like my bones would shatter. It reared its head back and headbutted me, knocking me on my ass. In a daze, I saw the creature approaching me, still with that unnatural smile stretched across its face. It was enjoying this. Before I could get up, it kicked my chin as hard as it could, knocked my head back and sending me 2 front teeth directly into my tongue. As I laid there, swallowing and spitting out my own blood, the creature approached, towering over me. At this point, I hadn't fought back yet because in my mind, this thing was still my girlfriend. Between fight or flight, I chose freeze. My fear and sadness turned into anger as I realized that this monster took my girlfriend from me. And as that anger peaked, I chose to fight. The thing leaped up, trying to get on top of me, but I reacted quickly with a swift kick to its stomach. It recoiled, grasping its arms around where I kicked. Wasting no time, I sprang up onto my feet and delivered a clean left hook, straight into the jaw of the creature, feeling the crunch of its bones as my fist connected. Memories of Aries and I flashed through my head like a picture book when I asked her to be my girlfriend. Our first date and first kiss. Our anniversary the week prior. All of the good memories we had and were going to make, taken away from us by whatever the fuck this thing was. I lost it. I looked at the monster and no longer saw my girlfriend. I saw it for what it was. My brain went on autopilot, and I let my body do the thinking for me. I hit the creature over and over again, blood squirting out of its nose and onto my fists and arms as I continued my volley of blows. When the monster's face was plump, swollen, and unrecognizable, I stopped for a moment and listened to the moans that were blocked by the thin skin of its mouth. By this time, the thing was lying on its back. This time, I towered over it. I bent down, grasping my hands around its neck and squeezing as hard as I could. As I squeezed, the thin layer of skin that covered the monster's mouth began to rip open, revealing a set of teeth. Aries' teeth. Now the creature was gasping for air. It was so human-like. At this point, it looked just like Aries, and for a moment, I saw the thing that I was killing as her, but it wasn't. I was killing the monster that took her away from me. Eventually, the creature stopped struggling and stopped gasping for air. For some reason, though, I kept on squeezing. The pain of losing my girlfriend washed over me, and so I squeezed and squeezed. I was so lost in my daze that I didn't hear the approaching footsteps of the search party behind me. "Put your hands where I can see them," Mr. Fletcher screamed from behind me. I pushed up off the ground onto my feet, putting my hands up and turning around as I looked into the barrels of Mr. Fletcher's and the other police officers' guns. As he realized who he was aiming at, Mr. Fletcher lowered his gun, a look of shock forming on his face. His eyes shifted from me to the body on the ground, realizing who it was, and he ran towards him. The other officers following behind him. I watched as he collapsed onto the ground, cradling who he thought was his daughter in his arms. A police officer crashed into me, tackling me to the ground, putting my arms behind my back, and throwing a set of handcuffs on me. Mr. Fletcher stayed there, holding his daughter, as the other officers escorted me out of the woods and into the back of the police car. They took me to the same police station that I was in not even a full day prior. Nobody believed me when I told them the story. I told them what Ben saw was real, that it wasn't just his imagination. Everyone just saw me as a lunatic that murdered his girlfriend in cold blood, though. Now I will spend the rest of my life in a prison cell for killing the monster that killed my girlfriend, which is what everybody sees me as now. A monster. If you're wondering how I'm able to type this from prison, I made buddies with one of the guards and he snuck me his phone to use for the morning. Now everyone will know the truth. Know that I'm not some psycho murderer. Everyone I've ever known thinks that I'm crazy. Do you? Growing up, I would always take packed lunches to school. From an early age, my parents showed me how to prepare meals for myself. Among my favorites was anything with cheese. Unfortunately, I also dealt with severe lactose intolerance. Even a little dairy would get my stomach going, and much like an erupting volcano, once it got going, there was no stopping it. However, it was because of this affliction that I was able to avoid a brush with death. During my sophomore year, a group of students foolishly chose to mess with the dark arts. I overheard them discussing it during lunch one day. They believed it would help them improve their grades so they wouldn't be grounded. Our report cards were due soon, so I guess they were desperate. I, of course, dismissed this as nothing more than a bunch of nonsense. Looking back, I really wish I tried to talk them out of it because it would have prevented a whole mess of trouble. A couple weeks later, it was a special occasion for me. My birthday. I decided to treat myself by packing some cheesecake into my lunch bag. Along with it was pizza, string cheese, and Kogurt. I enjoyed it all while reading Return of the King. Then I remembered I forgot to take my Lactaid tablets. I would always have some with me in case of any dairy-related emergencies. They helped prevent my digestion issues. While turning the page of my book, I reached into my lunchbox, pulling out the box of tablets. I turned it over expecting to hear the sound of a pack falling on the table. When I didn't, I stared at the box and shook harder. Nothing fell out. Panicking, I turned it over, poking my finger inside of it in a desperate attempt to find even a single tablet. I even tore it open, but part of me knew it was hopeless. A storm was about to begin brewing inside my stomach, and there was only one place I could be to wait it out. The bell rang for the next class, and I mentally cursed. This wouldn't have been such a big deal if I could have just explained the situation to my teacher. However, my next class had one of those, "you should have gone before class" teachers. It was a serious catch-22, and I was scrambling to figure a way out of it. As I was walking to class, I tried reassuring myself. I've never asked to go during her class before. Maybe she'll let me go just this once, I thought. Part of me knew this wouldn't be the case. It was a known fact among the school that Miss Weaver didn't have good days, merely ones that weren't as bad. No, I whispered upon entering the room. She was setting test sheets on everyone's desks. Somehow I completely forgot that they were taking a test today. I groaned, already feeling my stomach bubble as I sat down. There was no way in hell I was going to last until the next class. I figured there wouldn't be any harm in at least asking. Despite me pointing out this was the first time I was asking this of her, she said no. I tried to plead, but she told me if I kept pushing, she'd write me up. Dejected. I did my best to keep it all in, so to speak. The discomfort was intense. Thankfully, luck found me in the form of Miss Weaver being called away by the principal. She told us not to try any funny business or we'd regret it. During my schooling, I would always follow the rules and never made waves with my teachers. At that moment, though, the call of nature outweighed my apprehension of consequences. I quickly slipped out of class and headed for the restrooms. Before I could enter, someone slid in front of me, blocking access to the entrance. Well, well, well. Groaning, I found myself face to face with the school hall monitor, Seth. When it came to writing students up, his trigger fingers were itching. He had the eyes of a hawk, and when the halls were empty, you could hear a pin drop, so sneaking around was almost pointless. I was someone he had a grudge against, even though he never explained. I got the feeling it was because he couldn't get me on anything. That was about to change. Hey, Seth. Evan. He smiled. Why are you in such a hurry? My stomach bubbled again, causing me to wince. I'm dealing with a bit of a bathroom emergency. Oh, I see. And I assume you got permission to leave class? He already knew the answer to that. Not exactly, I confessed. He tisked, shaking his head. Then you can't be out of class right now. Dude, just give me a break this one time, will you? I'm doing all I can to keep the dam from bursting, if you catch my drift. The only thing I'm catching now is you for breaking the rules, and the only thing you're about to catch is a detention after you get back to Miss Weaver. Without even thinking about it, I brought my knee up, hitting his crotch and making him drop to the floor in a fetal position. I jumped over him and went into a stall. I'll have you suspended for that. He scrambled after me while getting back to his feet. Soon he was in front of my stall and hammering furiously on it. Unlock this so I can whoop your ass, he screamed. No, I replied, keeping a foot on the stall door as he was ramming into it. Eventually he went away, cursing under his breath. Anyone who's seen the movie Dumb and Dumber would have a pretty good idea of what the next few minutes were like for me. Now sweating from the ordeal, I made a mental note to always make sure I always have Lactaid tablets on me. I wrinkled my nose at the smell and wiped some sweat off my forehead. I was actually starting to nod off when I heard a concerning noise from outside the bathroom. I sat up, listening closer. It was a loud, guttural sound. My school was located not too far from the woods, so I thought a bear must have wandered in somehow. Thinking that I figured the safest option would be staying put. As time passed, it dawned on me that it would be pretty improbable for a bear to just wander in without being noticed beforehand. The noise came again, only not alone. I felt my heart thump steadily quicker as I heard the other sound. Screaming. It wasn't just one person, it had to be an entire class. This was followed by two distinct noises. The first of which was akin to someone breaking several large sticks in half at once. As for the second, it sounded like several bodies hitting the floor. At this point, my oh shit meter was in the red. Then I remembered my phone. I dialed the police and explained the situation. They told me they'd be sending help right away. I could only hope that they got here before whatever was causing all this trouble reached me. To my dismay, I heard the thudding of heavy footsteps. I shrank back as they got closer. Then the stall next to mine was quickly opened and closed with someone breathing heavily inside. The person's voice was familiar. Seth? I whispered. There was a pause before he responded. You're still in here, Evan? I told you it was bad, didn't I? Anyway, do you want to fill me in on what the hell is going on? You wouldn't believe me. I wouldn't either, and I just saw it with my own eyes. As an aside, that phrase has never made sense to me. I mean, who else's eyes would you be seeing something with? But I digress. What did you see? I asked, worried about the answer. It was Miss Weaver. I don't know what's wrong with her. She was attacking everyone. I saw her lift two students like they were nothing and throw them at the wall. Do you think they'll be alright? No, I heard their skulls crack. We tried to run, but she was fast. There was so much blood. I don't understand. How could she do this? She's just an old lady. That's what I thought too. I only managed to escape by hiding in here. Wait, do you hear that? I perked my ears and they were met with the sound of skittering. I've seen enough horror movies to know that couldn't be anything good. You moron, I hissed. You let her hear. Just shut up. Maybe she'll go away. Miss Weaver came crawling into the bathroom. We waited with bated breath, hoping she'd go away. This is it. I thought, trying to keep my stomach from bubbling. She's going to hear this and that and then break in here and rip me apart. Why didn't I check to see if I still had tablets? At that moment, Seth sneezed. That was good news for me and quite the opposite for him. "No, please," was all he had time to scream out before Miss Weaver broke into his stall. I winced hearing the sounds of him being mauled. Bones broke and blood splattered onto the ceiling. Any remaining waste in my body quickly evacuated itself. Seth's agonized cries soon fell silent, and what followed were sounds of chewing. She stopped and I saw her shoes slowly come in view of the gap underneath my stall. I thought I would be next for sure. "Freeze!" someone yelled, coming into the bathroom along with several other people. Miss Weaver's attention was now on them. She snarled and lunged, giving them no choice but to fire upon her. I cursed when she hit the floor. Her eyes gazed underneath the stall, meaning the last thing she saw before she died was me on the toilet. Not one of the better ways to go out, I imagine. Several of the cops gagged upon seeing Seth's corpse. Then again, I may have also been a contributing factor. They must have heard me gasping because the same guy asked, "Is anyone else in here?" "Yeah, I'm just finishing up." "What's that smell?" "The blood?" "No, the other smell." "That's lactose intolerance." Once I was out of the bathroom, I answered some questions as best I could. The following week, I learned that the students I mentioned near the beginning of this post were found dead in the principal's office. Apparently some people who passed by it could hear chanting, and the police found some red candles plus a sheet of paper with some kind of inscription on it. My theory is that they used a weak ritual to control Principal Herrick and get him to lure Miss Weaver. However, it didn't go so well when they tried a strong ritual on her. 2 lessons I learned that day. The first is to make sure I'm prepared before consuming dairy, and the second was to study. True, it's a pain, but at least it's better than having some weird ritual going wrong and getting me along with a bunch of other people killed. Now, if I may be excused, there's a root beer float with my name on it. I'm sick of all these fake-ass people with their 20,000 friends. All they care about is how many likes they get. I bet if you were dying on the street, they wouldn't give you a second look. I suppose neither would I, but at least I'm honest about it. I can't look at another, "I'm sorry you're going through this," or "I'm there for you, hun." Here's the truth. No one gives a shit. They just want to act like they're so perfect, living in their perfect little world. Besides, look at all the stupid problems people post looking for pity. Heartbroken, I lost a close member of my family today. And when I find out it's a cat. I lost both my parents when I was 12. And the only real friend I have is my 71-year-old neighbor, and he's on the way out. But you don't see me complaining about it. They don't deserve to get away with it, and I will make sure they don't. They call people like me trolls. That's not how I see it. I feel like I'm a knight defending the world from all the pretentious assholes. I spend all my time trying to find my next victim, and when I do, that's when the fun starts. They never know what's coming, and once I sink my teeth in, there's no getting away from me. It's not long until the tears start and they try blocking me, but I always find a way. You would be surprised how easy it is to hack someone. Their password is usually something like Gary2000, or their kids' names, which is all over their social media. Even if you don't know anything about computers or hacking, there are all kinds of programs you can buy that will do it for you. That is, if you know where to look. Even I, a seasoned hacker, will take a shortcut now and then and maybe download a virus or two. if it makes my job easier. And all I have to do is send it to them by whatever means I want. Over the years, I have gone through a lot of viruses. The problem is that it only takes a matter of time before their antivirus catches on and you need to upgrade. I must have searched the entire dark web looking for the perfect virus that could punish my enemies without getting picked up, but failed. Then one day, by the pure luck, it came to me. An acquaintance of mine, who I sometimes team up with for bigger jobs, sent me a video. At first, I thought it was a joke. It was like an 80s commercial with a girl sitting in front of a computer looking really down and out. Then a man with a really upbeat voice speaks. Do you feel like the world is unfair and some people can get away with anything? Which she nods her head. Do you feel it's time they finally get some justice? Again, she nods. Well, you're in luck. For $19.99 a month, we can make sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve. This time the girl jumps up and down with excitement and a phone number started flashing up on the screen. I got straight on to my friend. We'll call him Jerry. I was sure he was trying to prank me, which thinking back was stupid considering he had a sense of humor of that of a brick. He promised me it worked perfectly and sent me links to his victims' social media. All their lives were going downhill. Cheating wives were getting caught and shamed. Some had their money mysteriously disappearing from their banks. Even the fake-ass people were getting punished. Every two-faced message they sent was posted for the world to see. So satisfying. Temptation soon got the better of me and I made the call. All they asked for is a credit card number and an email address. 48 hours later, I got an email with nothing inside, apart from a file marked download. I hesitated for a moment and thought this is exactly how I used to scam people myself, but I downloaded it anyways. I don't know why I did this, but I couldn't help myself. I think I just got overexcited and wanted to see how it works. I opened the folder, expected something big like my whole computer to shut down or crash, but nothing was inside, only a smiley face emoji that turned sad. Really disappointed and angry, I rang Jerry and lost the plot with him and swore never to talk to him again. Then I deleted the folder, canceled my credit card, and then went back to work, feeling like an idiot for falling for a scam like this. The next day as I was helping this girl, I think her name was Amy, to see the light, she had been getting bullied at work for years. It was clearly her own fault. She was too quiet, and thought being nice was the only way to fix her problems. There's no place for niceness in this world. Anyway, I was doing my thing when suddenly a message popped up on the bottom right corner of my screen, which was surprising since I had a state-of-the-art system not even the CIA could crack. I was sent from one of the first accounts I had when I started helping people. That account had been locked for years. I don't know how they did it. It said, "Let's begin," with an infinity symbol beside it. Then before I got a chance to reply, another message came in. "Are you really happy with your life? Do you think your parents would be proud of you?" As fast as I could, I sent, "Who are you? And how are you doing this?" Then ran every kind of scan I could find to stop them. All of a sudden, a video chat popped up from an anonymous sender. When I answered, my jaw dropped. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Then he spoke. "I'm you." I panicked and pulled the plug from the wall. I don't know how they did that. It looked so real. He looked and sounded exactly like me. It must have taken 40 minutes before I got the courage to switch it back on. When I did, I was flooded with horrible messages. I ran all the scans again, but they all came back clear. There was nothing I could do to stop them. They seemed to know everything about me, even my deepest, darkest secrets. I thought no one else knew. I tried to ignore them, but after a while they got inside my head, and I could not handle it anymore. So I destroyed all my very expensive equipment in a fit of rage. After I thought, at least I'll have peace now. The next day I bought a whole new system even better than the last one. I was sure there was no way they could get to me this time. After many hours of installing and updating my equipment, I was finally ready to get back to work. I started with this guy I had been picking on for quite some time. He was such an easy target. I'd bet he cried himself to sleep every night. To start, I just sent a crying emoji. I knew that's all it would take to set him off. Instantly, he replied with a video of me sitting in front of my laptop crying. I don't know where he got it, or if it was even real. I had no choice but to move on to my next victim, this time a woman who just loved posting images of her ugly dog Rex. People are too sensitive about their pets. They can't even take a joke. I sent a slightly edited photo of her pooch and said he looked like Jabba the Hutt, which she replied with a similar image of me after a particularly long week of eating nothing but snack food. And she said, "You can talk, lol." The worst thing was, it actually got to me, so I called it a day and went to bed. The next morning, I was awakened by a message alert on my phone. I had a link to a website, and there was a photo of me with my name and address, email, even my phone number with every username I had ever used. As soon as I turned on my PC, I realized the link was sent out to everyone I had ever helped. There was only one name on that list I really cared about: Jax. It was a few years back. He was boasting about how much he had turned his life around after coming out of prison, which I took offense to. People don't just change. So I went on a mission to prove that. I will admit, it did take a while and I had to go to extreme lengths to get there, but eventually he cracked. After I sent some damaging messages from his wife's account about his best friend, let's just say he did not take it well and ended up back inside. I was not sure if he was out of prison yet, so I'd done a quick search. Luckily, he was not out yet. Things got a lot worse after that. I couldn't go online without getting picked on. I had people waiting outside my building to throw things at me. One guy threw paint and ruined all my clothes. Then things got dangerous and people called to my flat with baseball bats. I could see them through the peephole. I thought they were going to kill me, but they eventually went away. I had no choice but to go to the cops. Not a good idea. They arrested me straight away for a large number of cybercrimes. Someone had sent all my records from my computers, and I was going away for a long time. I was supposed to be in my own cell since I had so many enemies, but apparently there was a computer error, and I was put in with another prisoner. Nothing could have prepared me for this. My cellmate was actually Jax, aka Pickaxe. I thought he was going to kill me there and then, but he was actually nice to me. After a while, we became friends. He was trying to turn his life around again. He really believed in forgiveness now, but there was no way I was going to tell him what I did. He tried to help me and got me an online course. He said it would help with my trial. So, every Tuesday at 10 o'clock, we would go to the library. Jax always sits just across from me. I'd help him with any technical problems, and he would help me with the course. He was probably the first real friend I ever had. Which was nice. Despite being in prison, I was actually beginning to feel happy for the first time. But that all changed today when I sat down and turned on the computer. A message popped up on the screen. I had a quick look around. Luckily, the guards didn't see it. It said, Your subscription is about to run out. If you want to continue, please enter a credit card. Underneath the timer was counting down from 2 minutes. In the background, I saw the mouse open up emails, then click on a video. To my horror, it showed me sending the messages that pushed him to do what he did. The worst thing, I was smiling the whole time. I was freaking out, but what could I do? When the timer ended, I heard a little ding coming from Jack's computer. Soon his face began to change, and he looked up at me with genuine pain in his eyes that soon turned to anger. I pretended not to notice and just kept staring at the screen. Then another message popped up on my screen. Thank you for using our product. This was brought to you by CarMap, bringing justice to the world since, well, forever. I guess this is goodbye. The guard is ordering us back to our cells. I've always found a sense of tranquility in the soundscape of my suburban neighborhood after dark. The busy noise of the day dies down, leaving naught but a bed of chirping crickets and the whirl of a crisp wind brushing through the leaves of the trees. Even the hum of traffic passing by my bedroom window brings a comforting rhythm as I lie in bed awaiting sleep. My bedroom rests at the front of my single-story house, bordering a large window that looks onto the street. It's not what most would consider the ideal location for a bedroom, but I'm not exactly spoiled for choice. There are only a handful of rooms throughout the whole house, and when I moved in, my options were the room I'm in now, or the small, windowless alcove across the hall that barely fits my work desk. Never mind trying to shove a queen-size mattress in there. Needless to say, the first thing I did when I moved in was buy a nice set of heavy blackout curtains for my bedroom window, which I keep drawn around the clock. My bedroom is my private sanctuary. I'm not fond of the feeling that a nosy neighbor may be peering in at me from afar. Even so, sometimes as I lay in bed, I can't shake the feeling that there's someone standing on the other side of those curtains. That if I were to pull them back, I would be met with a pair of watchful eyes beaming down on me. Most of the time, when this feeling crops up, I'm able to shake it away as an irrational thought. Recently, however, things have changed, and I've begun to wonder just how irrational those thoughts really were. I'm no longer certain of when it all began, but if I had to pinpoint a specific moment, it would be 4 weeks ago, the first time I heard their song. It was around 9:45. I had resigned myself to bed over an hour before, as I had an early morning the next day. Yet, sleep eluded me. As I lay restless in bed, I started to get that creeping feeling again that there was something outside my window. As usual, I shook it off, thinking it was just my brain playing a cruel trick on me, knowing full well that I needed a good night's rest. But then, I heard it. Out in the street, someone was singing. Not just someone, a whole group. Difficult to tell without seeing them, but there seemed to be at least half a dozen different voices. I couldn't make out what they were singing. The song sounded like gospel, but the lyrics were in a language I couldn't comprehend. It didn't sound like any language I was familiar with. Looking back now, it's strange. I don't remember feeling scared at all that night. Perhaps it was due to my confusion. My attempts to rationalize why these people would be singing so late at night distracted me from fear. I remember thinking that it was probably a group of drunk college kids messing around. After all, I live in a college town and not too far from the campus, so it seemed plausible. They likely got a bit lost on their way back to the dorms after a night out and lacked the inhibition not to bother my neighbors and I as we tried to sleep. I rolled over, placing my back towards the window and trying in vain to ignore the noise outside. It would be over soon, I told myself. Perhaps even someone with less patience and more confidence than I would go outside and yell at them to knock it off. No such luck. I continued to listen to the strange song, tracking the voices as they combed up and down the street. It felt longer, but after 10 minutes or so, the street finally fell back into silence. I found comfort once again in my familiar landscape of cricket chirps and eventually drifted off into sleep. It wasn't until a few days later that I finally managed to bring up the strange event with one of my neighbors. Mrs. Everly was a twig of a woman. The top of her head only rose to my chest, and in her old age, she was hardly anything but skin and bones. I happened to run into her doing some yard work as I returned from my evening jog. After a bit of friendly small talk, I finally asked her about the singing the other night. She pursed her lips and her brow furled as she tried to determine what I was talking about. I clarified, even though I didn't think it was necessary. How often does a group of carolers show up at night in the middle of spring? But even as I explained further, it was clear Mrs. Everly had no clue what I was talking about. She must have been asleep already, we reasoned, and left it at that. After our conversation, I was ready to let the whole thing fade from my memory, let it go as a strange, one-time occurrence. One of those memories that pops back into your head every few years as a funny, unsolved little mystery. Except, as it turned out, it was not a one-time occurrence. 2 nights after my conversation with Mrs. Everly, I woke up in the dead of night, my throat dry and in need of a drink. I noted the time on the digital clock that rested on my nightstand. Only 11:15, just a couple of hours since I had gone to bed. As I reached the glass of water I kept beside the clock, I heard it again, that same song. Were there more voices this time? My hand hovered over the cup, frozen in place as I listened to the song. I could hear it more clearly this time, but that didn't help me understand it any better. The unfamiliar language in which they sang grated against my ears. Whatever it was an ugly language, filled with harsh, grinding consonants and eerily stretched vowels. This time, I wasn't content just to roll over and ignore it. I wanted to see who was out there. I reached for the curtain and took hold of the corner. I would just pull back the slightest amount, just enough to see outside without drawing any attention to myself. I couldn't shake this feeling that, whoever was out there, I did not want them to see me. I inched the curtain back, peering out into the night. My suburban street didn't come equipped with street lamps, but the moon was bright that night. Once my eyes adjusted, I could see clearly to the other side of the road. There they were, a group of 8 people walking up and down the street, singing their bizarre chant. From their voices, I could tell that there was a mix of men and women, and I couldn't tell how many of which, nor could I gauge how old they were. They were covered head to toe in blue robes, which made them difficult to spot in the dark, and they wore wide-brimmed, pointed hats that looked like they were pulled from a witch's costume straight out of a Spirit Halloween store, only they had long veils hanging from the brim which fell far past their shoulders. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was like a cult was passing through my neighborhood. Just when I decided I had seen enough, one of the singers turned and looked straight at my bedroom window. I told myself there was no way he could have seen me. My room was completely dark, and I had barely made a crack in the curtain. But then, the rest of them turned and looked my way. I could feel their stares burning into me. I let go of the curtain and ran for the front door, making sure it was locked. I did the same with every door and window in the house before I found my phone and dialed 911. In those brief moments that I was waiting for the call to go through, I noticed a sudden absence of sound. The singing had stopped, the chirping of the crickets had returned. As expected, the police were no help. With there being no trace of the cloaked figures in the street by the time they arrived, there was little they could do aside from file a report that I was sure would simply collect dust inside a filing cabinet. The flashing blue lights of the squad car that sat outside my house as I answered the dispatched officer's questions did seem to draw the attention of some of my neighbors. Though, as I would learn later, not a single one of them had awoken to the singing. After the voice had finally left, I returned to bed for the night, even though I knew there wouldn't be any sleep to be had. Every time I felt my eyes begin to grow heavy and drowsiness start to overtake me, my mind pulsed with the sensation that there was something just beyond my curtains. I never checked. I no longer wanted to find out if the sensation was irrational or not. I opted instead to lay still, anxiously waiting for the sun to rise. I took the following day off from work. I would have been too exhausted, too distracted to get any real work done anyway. I spent most of the day napping on the sofa and catching up on chores around the house. As I was stacking a load of clean dishes in the cabinets, I realized that the song from last night had begun to echo inside my head. Not like an earworm, like a seed that had been planted and was slowly coming to bloom. I froze, nearly dropping the plate I had pulled from the dishwasher. I tried to clear my mind, but the song was pervasive. I could feel it stretching into every corner of my mind as if it were a parasite siphoning away all other thoughts until it was all that remained. Before it could overtake me completely, I did the only thing I could think to do. I ran into the living room and found my earbuds, plugging them into my ears and cranking the music on my phone up to a volume that would have been painful in any other circumstance, but now brought only relief as the unwanted song faded from my head. I caught the breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding when I pulled the earbuds out and met with the silence in my head. The song was gone, but a creeping sense of dread told me that it would be back. I wondered how long I had until then, and what would happen when it did return. As sundown approached, I could feel my stomach growing cold. I wanted to cling on to those last precious rays of light like a child to his mother. But soon, the last of the day's light faded away, and I was left with the familiar sounds of the night. It wasn't until nearly 1 o'clock in the morning that I relented and retired to my bedroom. I considered that I might be safe for the night. Both times the singers had woken me up had been before midnight. Perhaps the threat of police intervention had actually managed to scare them off. As I apprehensively tucked myself into bed, I kept my eyes fixed on the curtains beside me, praying that no one would come, that I would have a quiet, restful night. My prayers were unanswered. I awoke to the song only an hour later. Every muscle in my body tensed as soon as I heard it. For a moment I had to wonder if it had simply crept its way back into my head. No, I could hear it emanating from outside, from the streets. I couldn't bring myself to touch the curtains this time. I didn't want the singers to catch me spying on them again, so I laid still, hoping they would simply go away like they had the first night. As I waited, I listened intently. There was something different this time. Normally I could hear their voices rise and fade as they paraded up and down the street, but this time, their volume was static. They were standing completely still as they sung. From the way it sounded, I guess they were located on the sidewalk, just at the end of my driveway. Why? Why were they so focused on me? I felt a sudden urge to peel back the curtain, curiosity tugging at my arm. Fear held me back. Suddenly I realized the voices had drawn closer. They were approaching my house. The police. I reached for my phone, scrambling to find it in the dark. When I finally did, I pressed the power button, only to be greeted with a screen instructing me to charge my phone. It was dead. I had used up more battery than normal trying to keep myself awake, and in my drowsiness, I had forgotten to plug it in when I went to bed. Isolation crept over me as I realized there was no one to turn to. The song was getting louder, the singers coming closer to the window. I could feel it in my head again, too, weaving itself throughout my mind. I was backed into a corner. My animal instincts were screaming at me. Fight or flight. Reason told me to run, but there was something else there telling me otherwise, and its voice was louder. I took hold of the curtains and threw them open. A chill coursed through my body as I stared at the sight just beyond the thin glass of my window. The singers were right there. Any closer, and they would have been pressed up against the glass. At first I couldn't make out any of their features through the veils, but as I focused harder, I began to see. Their skin was red and crusted like land in a drought. Strands of skin had begun to peel away around the creases of their faces. They were hairless down to even their eyelashes. But their eyes, they were the most inhuman trait of all. There was no white in them. Instead, they were encompassed by smoldering black tissue like smoldering coals. They continued to sing their twisted chorus with mouths so dry I wondered how they possibly could. And as they did, I could feel the song burrowing deeper into me. As its words reached the deepest depths of my mind, I suddenly realized that I could understand them. Those words which had previously eluded me now resonated deep within my mind. And I realized that their song was beautiful. Their song told a story, but not of the past. They sang of days to come, days when the night will leave us and there will only be day. The sun, then, will take its rightful place as God. The clouds will vanish and its rays will shine down on us with renewed intensity. Those who refuse to accept our new Savior will be judged, enveloped by a tornado of heat, a burned away layer at a time until all that remains is ash. With the clouds gone, there will be no rain. The plants will die as the earth dries up, and we who remain will be left in a haze of dust that cuts away at the skin when the wind blows. Life on this planet will be hell, and for those that can endure the suffering, that can prove themselves worthy, it will be brief. When the time comes, the fires of the sun will stretch down to the earth in slithering tendril form. One by one, those of us that remain will be wrapped in its embrace and pulled away from this dying planet. It's nothing to fear. We are simply being chosen. We will become part of the sun, fueling it as it grows to consume more and more of our solar system. In a way, we live on its flaming belly as it swallows worlds. I snapped out of my trance and realized the singing had stopped. The cloaked figures outside my window were gone. I looked out into the street. The night was peaceful. The crickets were chirping. A strange sense of longing seeped into my heart, and I realized that there were tears streaming down my cheeks. Their song had granted me such a wondrous vision, and without it, I was starved for more. I wanted them to come back, to sing to me once again, but then I realized that the song was not gone. I could still hear it, lingering in the recesses of my mind, playing on a loop. I breathed a sigh of relief as a smile slithered its way onto my face. I lay back against the pillow, closing my eyes and letting the sweet lullaby guide me into sleep. I wondered how long it would be until the future the song foretold would come to fruition. It's been about a month since then. The singers haven't come back since that night. That's okay. I don't need them to come back. The song hasn't left me. In fact, it's getting louder. I think that means that the sun's awakening is drawing nearer. The days are getting longer, and when I look up at the sky, I could swear I can see the sun's rays beginning to stretch like tendrils. The way they wave in the air, it's almost like they're dancing to the song inside my head. Years after Todd started haunting me, the garden was loud. The wind gripped the branches of my old oak and slammed them against each other, turned the leaves into drums. The gravel of the path crunching under my feet sounded like fireworks. The birds were screaming. It wasn't as loud as it was the year Todd died, but it was more aggressive. The noises were angry. I went to a group therapy session on the anniversary of Todd's death. I couldn't handle the noise, but it wasn't any better there. All those other griefs were suffocating. When I left the room, I saw 3 women outside the door. They could have been friends or sisters or a polyamorous trio. I don't know, and it doesn't matter anyway. They were gripping each other desperately, their bodies so close together that they were almost running together. If Todd was here, I would hold him like that. You know, I used to be angry at you, Todd said. The blue button-up he wore was rumpled and stained, one collar standing straight up. There was a ragged hole on the left side of the shirt, and I knew that there was a matching hole on the back. Why? I whispered. My therapist had told me not to talk to him over and over. My therapist had chipmunk-sized front teeth, and every time I had a session with her, I was transfixed by them. I stared at her teeth and ignored her advice. You named me Todd. It's such a basic name. I wish you had chosen something more creative. As he grinned at me, a thin stream of blood dripped out of his ear. It made no sound as it hit the ground and soaked into the grass. It's okay, though. I know you were just doing your best. Thank you, Todd, I said woodenly. I very determinedly did not look at his ear. I love you, Mom. I've always loved you, he said in a matter-of-fact voice. At some point, a piece of straw appeared in his mouth, and he chewed on it like a cowboy in one of the trashy westerns he used to love. God, just stop. Please stop talking. You sound like a Hallmark greeting card. Just shut up. I felt my eyes watering and took out the travel-sized tissue pack from my pocket. It was almost empty, and I pulled out the last 2 tissues and wiped my eyes. I'd been a continually leaking faucet for the last 5 years, and by that point, tears were just an eventuality to plan for. Of course, Mom, he said. I closed my eyes to wipe them, pressed hard against my eyelids until red crept in from the sides and danced against my irises. When I opened them again, he was sitting on the grass, innocent as you please. In the space of a couple seconds, he had turned small and chubby, his only words indiscernible babbling. I laughed. Well, I felt the laugh deep down, but it dissolved in my stomach acid and was gone long before it got to my throat. It was such a Todd thing to do, obeying my order not to talk in the most absurd way possible. Todd had been a cute baby when he was alive, and that didn't change when he died. This hallucination or ghost or whatever it was impersonating my dead son had gotten him almost perfectly right, down to the little wisp of hair sticking up from his skull and the way he had sucked on his knuckles as a baby. But he was never this nice to me. He was 17 when he died, and teenagers are not notorious for telling their parents about their love. Every time he appeared, every time he said something sweet, it broke the illusion that Todd, the real Todd, was waiting for me in the living room with his phone in one hand and a horrendously unhealthy snack in the other. I was crying hard enough that my nose was blocked, and I was out of tissues again, so I blew my nose into the grass and went inside, leaving Todd to crawl around alone. By the time I passed the abandoned car stuck in the middle of my garden, he had disappeared. I stuck my head under cold water until the redness in my eyes went away. I had gotten rather good at it over the last 5 years. Too long under the water and the cold irritates your eyes more. Too short and the puffiness won't go away. Tell me a story, Todd said. He was 8 or 9, that straw still stuck between his lips. I ignored him. Or just talk to me. It doesn't have to be a story. I left the faucet on and dried my hands on a towel. Hey, you can tell me about the car in the garden. My hands were dry, so I put them under the water again. He was using his wheedling voice. Come on, you love the garden. I rubbed my towel against my wrist until my skin was raw. Please, 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 please. Fine. Really? Yes. This Todd was the hardest to resist. All floppy-haired and puppy-eyed, wearing a Minecraft shirt that was 2 sizes too small. There is a tree and car in my garden. I told him about raising the oak. 15 years old when I got it and still scrawny. Guiding its trunk through a window and then out the sunroof. I talked about the flowers filling the seats and the floor, and the vines hanging down around the trunk. Throughout, he watched me intently, his gaze never moving away from my face. Thank you for telling me about that, Mom, he said solemnly. You're welcome. My smile was a small, sharp thing, but it was there, and it was hard-won. When Todd died, my garden died with him. His death filled it with thorns and weeds, left my oak dried in leaves. The last time I was in it was the night that Todd died. I gave the car that he died in to the garden, and the thorns grew up around it almost overnight. I got home from the hospital and suddenly pricker bushes were taking over my lilies. Thorny vines choked out everything. When Todd was a baby, his clothes were constantly getting dirty. I would come in from working outside to change him, and even if I scrubbed my hands for minutes before touching him, the dirt under my fingernails and the crevices of my palms somehow found its way onto his skin. When he got older, he helped me. No matter how much I told him that there wasn't much difference, he always claimed that Lonicera parasilaminum was the sweetest of all the honeysuckle species. The honeysuckles were overwhelmed first. They were gone before I got back from the hospital. In the hospital, there was a clean white bandage wrapped around his head, and not a drop of blood anywhere in sight. It was too clean. When the hospital called me and told me that my son was in a medically induced coma in critical condition, I had not expected this. I had thought there would be bits of flesh everywhere and the overpowering smell of rot. Instead, there were clean bandages and the faint smell of cleaning products. Todd refused to go to sleep without a story until the age of 10, and he always insisted that we go out into the garden to read it. I opened the storybook across my knees. There once was a girl who lived in a cave deep underground. Her village was made of mini rooms, all carved directly into the rock. It was always dark. I told him about the plants, the mini plants that her people tended and saw as holy. I told him about the tunnel, steep and pitted with traps, and the girl who went up the tunnel one day when everyone was asleep. I thought he shifted when I described the top of the tunnel and the man far away herding strange, skinny livestock. Alarms started beeping before I got to the end. Over the sounds of nurses moving around the room, I yelled about the animals scraping their teeth over the dirt. Rocks crunching in their teeth, people started moving around the room. There was one nurse who held Todd's hand as he looked over the machines, who was kind when he kicked me out of the room. When a doctor came to see me 45 minutes later, her face was carefully grave. She told me about Todd's sudden drop in brain activity in a polite, professional voice. She spewed her scripted sympathy at me for far too long before she got the message and left me alone. She watched the man for a long time, but he just stood among his cattle, still as a corpse. I whispered. Standing in the hallway outside his room, I didn't feel anything except for a vague disappointment that I hadn't gotten to finish the story. By the time I got home, the thorns were everywhere. Their car in my garden is covered in leaves and vines and earth. If you didn't know what it was, you would think it's just a mound of dirt. Todd leaned against the fence, a broad straw hat on his head to match the straw in his mouth. The blood had moved from his ear, pooling around the tear in his shirt and splattering across his cheeks. Tell me a story, Mom. Tell me about how that car got there. You know what happened, Todd. Then tell me again. Please, Mom? After you died, I drove it here and left it. My voice didn't waver on the word died, and I counted that as a personal victory. Todd disappeared. He had gotten what he came for. I was thinking about it now. He just didn't want me to forget. I didn't want to forget. After Todd died, after all the doctors left and the only thing left to do was pick out a coffin, I went to find his van. It looked the same from the back. The paint wasn't so much as scratched. The windshield was shattered, but someone had cleaned the glass out of the inside. They said the accident was no one's fault. A piece of metal had cracked away from a building to the right. Inevitable, they said, with how much wind we've been having. The metal crashed through the windshield and right into Todd's chest. Regrettable, they said. He was so young. Most of the bloodstains were concentrated on the leather of the driver's seat and the dashboard. I got into the van and put my hand over a spot of blood on the steering wheel. I kept to the speed limit all the way home. They turned down the gravel road that led to my house. I was driving the car one-handed. My fingers still clenched over the blood on the wheel. The needle on the speedometer strained further and further to the right. The end of the path was ahead with my garden ahead. Old growth trees lined around the edges of my yard. I didn't slow down. The car hit the edge of the path and narrowly avoided hitting a tree. I didn't slow down. I was properly in my garden then. Flowers splayed out over the windshield and vines trying to tangle around the wheels. The muddy ground made the car spin around and I lost my momentum. I pushed the gas pedal down harder, but I was already at the other side of my garden, and the car was caught between two oaks, their trunks squeezing the hood on either side. I got out of the car and walked back to the street using the furrows of squished plants as a path. Todd was better than me with tomatoes. I never knew when to pick them. They would end up on the table sour, or they would squish disgustingly between my fingers. He claimed it was all about the surface tension. He threw a tomato at me once, like a snowball. The surface tension of his perfectly ripe tomato kept it from breaking open, and it just bounced off my shirt. The tomato I threw back at him was rotten and oozing. It splattered across his face, and of course after that he accused me of cheating. While he was doing that, I threw another one at him. He got down off his cheating soapbox real quick to find an appropriately disgusting tomato for me. At first, Todd was just a whisper in the back of my head, a comforting voice telling me that everything was going to be okay. It wasn't even him at first. It was my voice, my subconscious, my fault. I believed that voice at first. I believed that he would come back. But as the days went on and Todd stayed dead, and I stopped hoping, until one day Todd appeared in my kitchen and I didn't care that he wasn't real. In the days before New Year's Eve, the illusion stopped being enough. We lurked around each other, me and the illusion. I sat in the living room watching the old TV sputter along on its ramshackle shelf, and he watched me. And the silence pressed down as hard as it had in those first months. My garden froze on New Year's Eve. The car lurked in the edge of the yard as usual, except instead of being covered with a certain of greenery, there were just skeletal branches and frozen leaves. Todd was sitting in the brown grass next to it. "Why am I here, Mom?" He sounded exhausted, and when he looked up at me, there was blood running down his face. I was staring in shock at the destruction of my garden, but as his words, I spun around and jabbed a finger at him. You, I don't want you here. You won't go away. Todd was flickering between ages and outfits like an old light bulb, and for long moments his muscles seemed to be woven together with vines. When he spoke, his voice sounded like mine. I love you. Everything is going to be okay. When his face was overwhelmed by vines and he stopped looking like Todd, I spoke. I don't believe you. I am you. His voice was almost mocking for a moment, before suddenly he pulled back together into Todd as an 8-year-old. Tell me a story, Mom. I closed my eyes and listened to the birds. They sounded very far away. In my head, my therapist ranted about healthy coping mechanisms through her chipmunk teeth. The trip back down to her cave was easy, I whispered. For a second, Todd flickered. There was an outline of a hospital gown, white bandages there, and then gone. The girl who lived beneath the world slid down the tunnel like a slide, and soon ended up back home. The story was old, almost forgotten, and I grasped the edges of it with difficulty. Todd's straw left his mouth and was threaded between his fingers as I told him about the girl, who came home and wept in sadness for what she had seen in the world above, as she called her people to action, beseeched them to come above and help those on the surface. The wound in his chest leaked blood. I described the villagers digging up their plants and making the long trek back to the surface. I couldn't say when it happened, but the ground around us smelled like a hospital room. I could hear the quiet beeping and subdued chatter that had infiltrated Todd's final moments, and I told him the rest of the story. I narrated the grief of the girl as they had to leave some of their plants behind, and the difficult climb through the tunnel. When I described the awe the girl and her village felt at seeing the surface, Todd was no longer moving, and the vines had so enveloped him that it was hard to delineate him from the shrubbery around us. The surface dwellers helped the girl and her people dig below the hard crust on the good soil below. They put down their plants in neat rows, and no one had to live beneath the ground ever again. Thank you for the story, Mom, he whispered in my head, his voice like the wind. Todd faded into the undergrowth and was gone. I don't know if he was ever really there at all.
I come from a small mining town in Arizona where there is not a lot to do except hike. It was a good but boring area to grow up. Our population was small with little to no crime. My father owned the quarry where a majority of the community's economic strength came from. He left me a sizable inheritance after he passed away. I bought a truck and a house out in the plains with a basketball court and a pool. That was the sole extent of my lavish spending, but it was all I needed. Unless you count pizza. I don't have many vices to blow my fortune on. I've never been an avid partygoer, luckily. Like a lot of people my age, one indulgence I did have was watching YouTube. Urban exploration became a most searched category of mine from 2009 on. I became a subscriber of a content creator and urbex vlogger named Isolation Infinity. He kept himself anonymous and did not show his face. He used footage of the haunts he went into as captured by the body camera strapped to his chest. His voice's baritone became a signature element of the channel. He traveled all over the world and went into many chilling places. These included vacant hospitals, asylums, morgues, and train stations. He even stumbled upon a murder in progress once. A homeless man had stomped another transient to death in a farmhouse. He uploaded parts of it. This was a controversial decision.
It almost resulted in a lifetime ban for him from the platform. The clips did help law enforcement later on, nonetheless. He was also arrested a few times for trespassing on famous estates. The Houdini mansion in Los Angeles was one of them, but none of his fans held this against him. We respected him for being willing to get into trouble with the law in pursuit of the next viral video. Late last year, Isolation Infinity announced he was going to have a live face reveal. It was only going to be for his patrons, i.e. those who gave money to his Patreon account. I contributed funds to it on a monthly basis. I viewed him as a pioneer of his entertainment niche and did not mind sparing a little change. He emailed me and told me I was one of a dozen allowed to attend the live event. He further stated it would be in a password-protected chat room. He also promised an exclusive video, which would not make it into the public video lineup. I was more interested in the latter than the former. I never cared what his appearance was, since I already had a vision of someone my age, in their mid to late 20s. It was hard to convince me he looked any different from the picture in my mind's eye. Still, I was not going to turn down the chance to find out. Being able to brag to his die-hard followers who did not get to experience it would be worth it alone. The night of the scheduled face reveal, I booted up my PC. I kicked back on a lounge chair in the second-story room of my house, which was my entertainment space. It was complete with video game consoles and my beloved Alienware computer. An open bag of peppered jerky and a bottle of ginger ale sat next to my keyboard. I went into my email. The password was in my inbox. I followed the link. It led me to the video of a room with nothing in it but a red wall with a baby blue frame. The caption, "Isolation Infinity will be on shortly," rested at the bottom of the screen. I expected a home studio, and instead got what appeared to be someone's dingy basement in need of a new coat of paint. What bothered me the most was the sound of heavy machinery whirring in the background. I wrote it off as bad plumbing. A man came into the frame. He was slim and wore a trench coat with maroon buttons on its front. He reached down, grabbed the lens of the camera, and shifted it upward. The familiar voice we had all grown fond of started to count down. "Are you ready to see who I am?" Isolation Infinity asked. 1, 2, 3, 4. At 5, he hoisted it upwards and pointed it at his face. I froze. He looked nothing like what I had visualized. He was hairless, emaciated, pale, and had marble black eyes. He reminded me of Werner Krause from the old German 1920 film The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. His mouth hung open and tilted to the side as if he could not control the movement of his jaw. The most alarming thing to me was not how his features were not flattering. That explained why he valued being off camera for most of his career. What upset me the most in the beginning was how the disparity in his perceived age made me feel lied to. He always told his fans he was a young man, like most of his demographic. The individual before me on the screen was in his 50s at the earliest. "I have been fantasizing about broadcasting this for a long time," he said as he licked his lips. "You have made this possible, and so I need to show my appreciation by giving thanks to the most sincere way I know how." He moved the camera to the left and I could not believe what I saw. A woman in her 30s sat on a grimy floor, her head down from evident exhaustion. Rusted chains circled her arms. She wore a tattered black top as though someone's knife or nails had left wounds on portions of her torso. Stains were on her clothes. She had spent time in the dirt fighting someone or clawing her way out of a soiled embankment before this. "Say something," he ordered her. "Tell them you can't wait to die." The blades of a chainsaw came into view and its motor revved. She whimpered with pain, and when she tried to murmur something, I saw blood drip from her mouth. I dragged the mouse cursor over to the right-hand side of the screen to see how many people were in the chat. The answer I received left me weak. No one was there but me. The others had either left or were never there to begin with, and I was too stupid to notice until then. My heartbeat increased as I tried to close the window out. I couldn't. The X symbol on the right-hand side was visible but useless. It was like every virus-infected pop-up ad you could not escape from. "What?" Infinity Isolation asked. "You don't like it, Mark? Everything I do is to make my most devoted subscribers happy." A chill ran through me. He knew my name. It took me a second to realize he had gotten it through my membership to his Patreon. The fact that he was aware of how I was his only viewer worried me. Was I going to be the sole witness to a barbaric act of murder? "Calm down," I reassured myself. "This is an elaborate prank he's recording right now. He's wearing scary Hollywood makeup and she's an actress. This is all for the sake of getting more views. The chainsaw has to be a prop bought off Etsy.com. Still, my hand inched towards the phone to call 911. The way the woman expressed her misery in the moment was all too convincing. I held my device closer to my ear. "I wouldn't do that if I was you, Mark." He stared right at the screen for a moment, his eyes making perfect contact with mine. Can he see me? He lifted the chainsaw above the woman's head. He brought it down with a noise from his throat which sounded like a cross between a scream and a laugh. A fountain of gore spurted out. The lens got hit with the crimson bubbles. He cackled as I unplugged my computer. I carried it downstairs to my car and drove to the nearest police station. I filled out an incident report in an office with a dying lamp and the scowl of a detective facing me. He looked as though he would have rather been anywhere else but at work. For the first 2 hours there, I had to convince them that I was not a crazy person. They thought I was there to waste their time with a fanciful tale of my correspondence with some creep. "I hope it was all a hoax," I said. "If this is not real, no one would be happier about it than me. Here's my computer. See if you can trace where he's at in case it..." I gagged before I could complete my thought. The idea of it being authentic was overwhelming. They had cybercrimes go over everything. And a few days later I got my PC back. It took about a week before I had received a call from someone working the case. She was a homicide investigator named Samantha Brown. "We found the killer was streaming from a bunker in Virginia," she said. "It's an old fallout shelter abandoned since the Cold War. He calls himself the I-73 Butcher, since that highway has his preferred route. He uses it as a screen name on the dark web." "Infinity Isolation is a serial killer?" I asked, feeling a knot in my stomach. "No," she said. "The real Isolation Infinity is someone else. This maniac poses as famous people. He uses a combination of tools including voice-altering software and encrypted Wi-Fi. He hacks into their accounts. He gets a thrill out of making complete strangers watch his acts of terror. His tech-savvy ways also allows him to control other people's webcams. And we don't know how many he has breached. He's on several most wanted lists of different agencies. We have never found out what he looks like. The faces he uses on those terrible live streams are prosthetic. He has maintained stringent anonymity and avoided the news cycle. I'm sorry you saw such torment. The good part is, you are turning in your computer to at least find out his last known whereabouts. The scene's searched and we have some evidence." "He's still out there somewhere?" "For now." I went to bed that night with a host of emotions. I felt violated by a complete monster that sabotaged my privacy. Moreover, I felt dumb for getting swindled. I still feel shivers over the fact that he is not apprehended. Word of what happened got to the real Isolation Infinity, who has, as of late, deleted his entire channel. Many speculated on how victims mistaking him for an insane person perturbed him. Sometimes, as I lay my head down and drift off to sleep, I hear a noise by my window. I jump up and think it is a chainsaw. Thus far, it has been a neighbor's lawnmower every time. I hope it stays that way.
There is no such thing as perfect. Nothing in this world comes close enough. Your life is not perfect. Our planet is not perfect. My wife is not perfect. Colleen is a beautiful person. That's the first thing I'll say, and the only thing I say to my friends and family. She's always optimistic and has a great sense of humor. We met 15 years ago in a motel thanks to a funny incident. I locked myself out of my room while wearing nothing but underwear. I knocked on her door because I didn't know what to do. Colleen was so kind and she wanted to help. She managed to get me a spare key. The rest is history. We've always been there for each other. She helped me get through tough times, and what's most important is, she knew how to listen. If I ever had a bad day, I could tell her everything and she would always care. And if we ever had an argument, it would be sorted out in 3 minutes. Colleen was also the sane part of our life. Seeing her drunk and out of her mind was very rare. But as I said at the beginning, no such thing as perfect. Colleen has this habit. She would wake up around 4 a.m. and start scratching her back, her arms, and even her face, as if she wasn't comfortable inside her gorgeous body. Sometimes it would leave scars. I vividly remember our first night. We were so in love. When it came to sleeping, though, it wasn't as pleasant as the rest of the night. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to strange sounds coming from the other side of the bed. Scratching sounds. I didn't pay attention at first. I got worried when the scratching didn't stop after a few seconds. "You alright?" I asked. "Yeah, my skin just itches." "Okay then," I said after turning over and fell asleep shortly after. In the morning, while I was preparing breakfast for my then girlfriend, I froze when I saw her face. "Oh my God, Colleen, what's wrong with your face and arms?" I squeaked. Colleen was covered in red scars and scabs. Her fingernails were covered in dried blood. She was unrecognizable. "John, we need to talk." She explained her habit to me, and I had a tough time trying to get along with it. Doctors couldn't help. Shrinks couldn't help. That's what she told me, at least. "I'm sorry, John. That's just who I am. I can't change it." She was too good to leave. I had to ignore her only flaw. I also never got to meet her family. She would regularly talk to her mother over the phone, but her parents have never seen their daughter's husband. She never even let me speak with them. To me, they were ghosts. Over the past few years, the habit has fluctuated quite a bit. Sometimes the wounds are nasty, and she has to treat them in the morning, though sometimes they're minor. It depends on the weather. Apparently, the worst is always in the winter. Today the phone ringing woke us both up. "Hello?" I said while still sleeping. "Hi, John. It's Angela. Did I wake you up?" "No, not at all. What do you need?" I replied. "My TV's not working. Can you please come over and try to fix it?" "Have you tried turning it on again?" I said. "I haven't. It's just cut to black while I was in the kitchen. I'll try that now." I lay on my bed with the phone to my ear. "Who is it?" my wife asked, who had just woken up. "It's Angela. Her TV's not working." I could hear the TV button clicking on the other side of the line. "Yes, it works now.
Thank you for your help, sweetheart, she said and hung up. Bacon and eggs? I asked Colleen. She smiled and nodded. While we were having breakfast, I was looking at her the way I was on our first date. She didn't have a single scar in that motel. Did it all start when she met me? Am I somehow the problem? The sound of the doorbell intercepted the flow of my dark thoughts. I'll get it, Colleen said and placed her knife and fork on the plate. My wife opened the door to see our only neighbor carrying a crocheted basket with a paper bag. I couldn't tell what was in it. Yeah, Luis and Angela are our only neighbors. Due to my wife's habit, she felt the need to isolate ourselves in a forgotten forest. The elderly couple moved in 2 weeks ago. It's okay because their house is not really next to ours. They've never really bothered us in any way. Luis and Angela were just an elderly couple minding their own business. This morning they needed something. Hi Luis, how can I help you? My wife asked. Hey Colleen, I'm terribly sorry to bother you, but can I please borrow an egg? We were a little confused. Yeah, sure, she said after thinking for a bit and told him to come in. He kind of froze when he saw me, as if he wasn't expecting me to be there. Hello, John, he said. Hi, Luis. I watched him as he was wandering around our dining room while my wife was looking for eggs in the fridge. It's a nice day for a walk, he said while I was finishing my meal. Luis was wearing a wool jumper and simple jeans. He had a beard and glasses. Yeah, the lake's probably not frozen anymore, I said and got up. How many eggs again? My wife asked. Actually, only one, he replied while looking at me. It didn't seem like anything was wrong with Luis. He was just an ordinary-looking countryside fella. There you go, Luis, my wife said and gave him an egg. Thank you. What happened to your face, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, you know, cats. She laughed, but I knew she was uncomfortable. Okay then. See you. Bye, Luis, my wife said and closed the door after he left. While we were cleaning up after breakfast, I was thinking about Luis. I hadn't talked to him since he moved in. I didn't even know his last name. Have you ever talked to them? I asked my wife. I did say welcome 14 days ago. She laughed. I laughed too. I always loved Colleen's jokes. Today she was also prettier than ever. Behind those scars, I could see a lovely, delightful face. That's who my wife really is, I was thinking. After cleaning up, we both lay on the couch and I turned on the TV. We were 10 minutes into a movie when the phone rang. Hello? I picked up. Hello, sweetheart. My TV's not working again. Is it Angela? My wife asked as I rolled my eyes. I turned it on again as you told me. It worked for a bit, but now it's black again. Angela continued. I let out a sigh. Okay then, I'll be there in 3 minutes. Don't touch it. Something's probably wrong with the cables. I hung up. After putting on my jacket, I kissed my wife. Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. She nodded, and I left the house. On my way to Luis and Angela's home, I was charmed by the beautiful surroundings. Our forest is a special place. Also, there's a lake nearby. The winter's over, and it's alive again. The dew on the grass carried a nostalgic scent, and the trees looked peaceful. Everything looked surreal. After a little more than 3 minutes, I approached their front door and knocked. Angela opened the door, smiling. Oh, sweetheart, you didn't have to come. No, it's fine. Can I see the TV? I asked. Of course. Angela replied and showed me a small TV.
I tried turning it on, but it didn't work. And sorry for calling about this twice today. It's okay. Let's see what's wrong, I said. I crouched to see the cables better. That's when I noticed something strange. Hey, ma'am. Yes, sweetheart? She answered. Are you aware that the cables are cut? She was confused, and so was I. What do you mean, sweetheart? The cables, they're cut, like with a knife or something. Oh, I didn't know that, Angela replied. Did you do it? I asked. She sighed and sat down. I sat next to her. It's Louise. He's been acting strange lately, ever since we moved in. I can't even recognize my husband anymore, she said in a trembling voice. Hey, it's okay. I tried to make her feel better. He seemed fine when I saw him today. Can I talk to him? Oh, he's not home. I think he left to return the egg he had borrowed from you. I let out a sigh too. I'm sorry, Angela. I'll go talk to him now. And about the TV, there's nothing we can do. Okay then. Bye, sweetheart, Angela said sadly. I left their house and started walking towards mine. How could someone do such a thing? I was fully prepared to confront the old man about it. When I got to our house, the door was partly open. Strange. Something felt off. I walked into the house and saw my petrified wife and Luis holding a knife. He was about to stab her, so I rushed to prevent it. I had to prevent it. But I failed. I was too late. He stabbed my wife in the neck. I punched him hard enough to knock him out. No, baby, stay with me. I looked at my wife as the knife was sticking out of her throat. Then I looked at Luis. What did you do, you fucking stupid bastard? I took the shotgun from the shelf, loaded it, and aimed at his head. Bam. I wanted to wake up from that nightmare. I even considered rotating the shotgun 180 degrees. I ended up just turning around. I expected to see my lovely wife lying on the floor dead. Except she wasn't. She was still standing there with a knife in her neck. Baby? When I approached her, I could see something moving beneath her forehead. I screamed when I saw 2 horns growing on her face. Shortly after, the skin on her back ripped open to reveal a set of wings. I was screaming my lungs out. The creature smiled, revealing the sharp black teeth. Instinctually, I aimed at it and pulled the trigger. No success. Bullets don't work. It flew out of my house within seconds. With my heart racing, I left to see where it headed. I could see it enter Angela's house. That's when I realized it was all my fault. I was the problem. I brought a demon with me that destroyed lives. Not just Luis's and Angela's. It also destroyed mine. I've been living with it for 15 years, and now, when I rewind every delightful moment we've had, it fills my heart with fear instead of love. Not to mention the fact I had just killed a person trying to save me. Even though I could always feel she was too good to be true, too good for me, I tended to ignore it all. The itchy skin, that's a devil not comfortable inside a human body. The strange parents, they're dead or just don't exist. That's why I never got to see them. My wife's body probably did belong to someone. If the devil hadn't taken over, the real Colleen and I could have met on a beach somewhere and experienced it all for real. Luis, on the other hand, knew something was wrong from the very beginning. After finding out that turning off the TV wasn't enough to make me come, he cut the cables to lure me into leaving the creature alone. He tried to save me, and I killed him in return.
I directly killed a brave man and indirectly killed an innocent woman. I'm writing this in the bathroom and I can hear the devil scratching on the door. I guess it's done with pretending to be the person I love the most. Ironically, a lock brought us together, and it's currently the only thing keeping us apart.
My girlfriend wears too much makeup. This isn't an exaggeration. She genuinely wears too much. She seems to have layers upon layers of foundation, concealer, and God knows what else just caked onto her face. But it's not only that. She puts makeup on her neck too, and her chest. It honestly seems like every part of her that isn't covered by clothing is coated with the stuff. We've been dating for almost a year now. I'm attracted to her, of course, otherwise I wouldn't have asked her out. However, this issue has really put a significant amount of strain on our relationship. She refuses to do any activity that could potentially ruin her makeup, and I don't just mean swimming or running. Getting caught in the rain, touching any part of her face, or kissing for any longer than 10 seconds is also banned. Now, I've tried to be understanding. Everyone loves a little makeup, but I think at this point, it's gone slightly too far. I've never seen her apply it from scratch either. Whenever I am with her, she just continually piles it on. There's something else too. She doesn't take it off when she goes to sleep. We're both college students and still live with our parents, so we often have sleepovers at each other's houses. Now, I understand she might not feel comfortable enough to let me see her bare-faced, but honestly, it's got to the point where we are openly discussing marriage and building a life together, and I still don't really know what she looks like. It's bugging me, and I have no idea how to tell her, because the last time I tried, she got really upset. It can't be good for your skin, I told her. But she'd only pursed her lips and ignored me for the rest of the day. I started thinking that perhaps there was more to this than meets the eye. It seemed like she had an extreme phobia-like condition of being seen without makeup. I thought that perhaps she'd come around if I made her feel like she was beautiful without it, but it didn't help. As I said, we've been in a relationship for almost a year, and I was getting increasingly frustrated with the situation. I didn't want to overstep my boundaries, but I thought it was only fair that I got to see my soon-to-be fiancé without layers and layers of foundation. We were staying at my parents' house that particular night, and I'd stayed up a little bit later to finish some work. I hadn't exactly been planning on this, but after having a few drinks, it suddenly seemed like the logical thing to do. I was going to take her makeup off. Okay, maybe not all of it. I didn't want to run the risk of waking her up in the process, but I truly did want to see just how beautiful she was without it. I mean, at this point, something had to give. I raided my mother's bathroom cabinet for some cleanser and cotton pads and then snuck into the bedroom, carefully shutting the door behind me. My girlfriend was lying on her side, and even from the foot of the bed, I could see orange makeup stains on the white sheets. I walked around to her side of the bed and perched lightly on the mattress. Then I wet the cotton pad and lightly dabbed her cheek with it. Nothing happened. I wiped a bit harder. Still nothing. I could see the makeup coming off on the pad, but her face looked exactly the same. I took out another pad and continued the process, wiping the same area over and over. Then I saw it. A redness had appeared under the layers. Was it acne? Was that what she had been so afraid to show me? But the more I rubbed, the more apparent it became that it wasn't acne at all. It was rugged, fleshy almost. It looked like under her makeup, my girlfriend didn't actually have any skin at all. I stared at it, my own skin prickling. What was that? It looked like flesh and muscle fused together, like one of those educational mannequins with their face split in half.
Suddenly, my girlfriend shifted and opened her eyes. I could see panic in them before she even had a chance to speak. Tom, what are you doing? She sat up, scanning her surroundings. I could see her gaze sweep over the cleanser and cotton pads. She immediately cupped her face in her hands until she felt the patch I'd wiped off. What have you done? She cried, sliding out of bed in one swift motion. She ran to the mirror on the wall and wailed as she saw the damage. Then she turned to me, her eyes wide. You didn't touch it, did you? I stared at her. Touch what? That! She exclaimed, gesturing to the patch on her face. I don't know. I stammered. Why? But she wasn't listening. She flung the bedroom door open and disappeared into the darkness of the hallway. Caitlin? I yelled after her. She returned within 2 minutes, clutching a kitchen knife. Whoa, I exclaimed. What's that for? Shut up, she commanded. Which hand did you touch it with? My eyes must have been like saucers. Tom, show me. I pointed to my right hand. All right, how long ago? 10. My voice was nothing but a squeak. Her eyes widened. It's too late. Your whole arm must go. I wiggled out and flew across the room. What the hell is wrong with you? I yelled at her. You can't cut my arm off. She looked stern. I have to, Tom. Otherwise the infection will spread. What infection? What on earth are you talking about? Tom, please. It has to be done now. Obviously, I wasn't going to let her cut my arm off. I leaped out of the room, slamming the door behind me and fiddling with the key. I heard her screaming and banging on the door, demanding to be let out. My parents came out of their own bedroom to see what was going on, but I simply told them that we'd had an argument, and they didn't question it further. I slept on the couch that night. Or, well, at least I tried to. I couldn't wrap my head around what had happened. I'd never seen my girlfriend so riled up before. She would have cut my arm off without hesitation. I could still hear her bawling upstairs. Only about an hour later did she finally quieten down and go to bed. In the morning, I went upstairs to my bedroom to let her out. I wasn't sure what to expect, so I armed myself with a knife of my own just in case she decided to pounce and decapitate me as soon as I opened the door. But that didn't happen. In fact, my girlfriend was sitting on the edge of the bed facing the wall. She didn't even look up as I walked in, but I could see she'd reapplied her makeup on the side of her face. Caitlin? Nothing. Hello? She turned to look at me and her eyes narrowed. She didn't exactly look like she was ready to attack, but I couldn't be too careful all the same. I don't think this is going to work out, she finally said. What? Why? You're not trustworthy, she retorted, surveying me. I'm not trustworthy? Because I wouldn't let you cut off my arm? You knew I didn't want to take my makeup off, and yet you did it anyway, she said. It's over, Tom. I stared at her dumbfounded. I only wanted what's best for us. I didn't know about your problem. She smiled sheepishly. Yeah, well, looks like it's your problem now too, she said, getting up to leave. Oh, and Tom, you'll need this. She thrust a bottle into my hands. It's the one I use, she said, shutting the door behind her. Huh? I flipped the bottle in my hands. It was foundation. What was I meant to do with this? Keep it as a fond memory? I chucked it into the bin in my room and made my way downstairs for breakfast. I'd heard my parents clattering the plates in the kitchen. As soon as I stepped into the room, however, my mother dropped one onto the floor. "Oh my goodness, Tom," she cried. "What happened to your face?" Well, I just moved out of my parents' place to start my life, and I got an apartment in a nice neighborhood. It came with minimal furniture, so I wanted to get some more. I've never done furniture shopping on my own before, so I didn't really know where to go. I decided to just go with IKEA since it was cheap and simple. If you've been to an IKEA store before, then you already know how huge they are. Most have 2 floors or more and are so large they actually have projectors that project arrows on the ground to lead you through the store so you don't get lost. I remember going with my parents when I was younger and thinking it was so much fun seeing everything, but it's so much different going by myself now. It was raining and around 8 in the evening when I came by. There were still tons of people in the store looking around, so I just followed the first arrow and made my way around the store looking for a coffee table and some wardrobes I could get. While making my way around the store, I saw some attendants helping people find what they were looking for. I wanted to get one of them to help me, but they were all busy. I just kept walking, following the arrows, and before I knew it, it was already 8:30. While browsing, I came across a door on the side of the aisles that looked like it led to another part of the store. When I went to open it, an attendant finally came over to me. It was a lady with shoulder-length dark hair. "Hello, sir. Please don't go through that door. The merchandise back there is too expensive." "Oh, I'm sorry." "It's alright. How can I help you today?" "I was just looking for a coffee table and some wardrobes for my apartment." "Oh, I can take you to them. Follow me." I'm not sure what she meant by that first comment. Did I look poor or something? Regardless, I followed her around the store until we came to the coffee tables. "Here you are. And our wardrobes are right around the corner. I'll leave you to take a look. If you need any help, just come get me." "Okay, thanks," I replied. As I checked out my options, I just kept thinking about the door and what she meant with that comment. How can you have items that are too expensive? After looking for a while, I found the table and wardrobe I was happy with, but before I decided to get them, I wanted to go look and see what was up with that door. I walked my way back to where I was, going the opposite direction of the arrows, and eventually came to the same door. The clock on the wall read 8:40. I didn't see her around, so I just decided to check it out. I opened the door, and sure enough, it led to another part of the store. Arrows marked the path, just like the rest of the halls. I walked in and took a look around the aisles. Everything here was definitely a lot fancier and looked to be made with better quality. It didn't even really look like an IKEA store anymore. Maybe the weirdest thing was that there was actually no one back here. No customers or attendants. After about 5 minutes of looking, I decided to just leave and go grab the items I wanted. I went the opposite direction of the arrows, going back to the door, but when I rounded the corner of the aisle that led back to it, the door was gone. Now there was a concrete wall that arrows came from. I was so confused. I know the door was here a second ago. I grabbed my phone to check what time it was, and it wouldn't turn on. Great. Now my phone is dead, I thought to myself. I didn't remember it being so close to dying. Whatever. I just decided to follow the arrows. They would lead me to an exit somewhere. I followed the markings on the ground, glancing at the different fancy furniture that lined the halls. As I walked further and further, I noticed the color scheme of the store began changing little by little. Before long, the normal blue and yellow scheme turned to black and white on the walls and furniture. It was a little odd, and I didn't understand why they would just change the look of everything halfway through the store. As that thought crossed my mind,
I realized that the whole store was dead silent. I hadn't noticed until just now that there was no conversations of customers or any ambient store music playing at all. My footsteps were the only noise I could hear coming from the whole store. I honestly started to get freaked out. This isn't normal at all. Where the hell am I? I started walking a little faster, following the arrows, just hoping to see an exit sign or hear voices of other customers. Anything that meant I was getting out of there. Suddenly I heard a metallic clack of what sounded like an item falling on the floor to my right. It sounded like someone dropped something, but it was far away. I stopped moving, just listening if I could hear anything else. After a few seconds of standing in silence, all the lights in the store went out. It went pitch black. So dark I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. At this point, I was terrified. I stood there in the darkness, not really sure what to do. Before long, though, the projected arrows shined down on the floor again, but none of the other lights turned on. I couldn't see anything around me but the arrows on the ground. I didn't know what else to do, so I just followed them in complete darkness. I was shaking, terrified as I walked. I kept going for a few minutes, still hearing nothing but the noise of my footsteps. Suddenly I heard what sounded like a loud wet plop to my left, almost like someone was just putting on a wet mop on the ground. I stopped again to listen, and I could hear the sound of water droplets hitting the floor in the same area. I had no idea what it could be, so I just slowly started to follow the arrows again, and when I did, I heard another loud wet plop. I took another few steps, and it was followed by another plop sound. It seemed to be getting closer. I stepped again, listening to the sound of faint water droplets hitting the floor. I decided to call out to see if it was someone. "Hello? Is someone there? Can you please tell me how to get out of here?" There was no response, but I could hear the plop sounds getting closer. I didn't like it, so I took off running, following the arrows on the ground. As I sped and ran off, so did the loud wet sounds behind me. They became more frequent and got closer and closer to me. Soon enough, they sounded like they were just 20 feet away from me. I stopped dead in my tracks, and so did whatever was following me. I could still hear water drops hitting the floor behind me. I stood there for a while this time. After what seemed like forever, I heard the loud, wet, plopping footsteps slowly getting closer to me. I didn't move and didn't make a sound, just hoping it would go away. Eventually, I got so close I could feel water droplets hitting the back of my neck. I was totally frozen in fear. It took every bit of willpower I had not to run or scream. Soon I finally heard it take one loud wet footstep away from me. I listened as it slowly got farther and farther from me. I started to very slowly and carefully walk forward, trying so hard not to make a sound, so I made my way down the arrows. My heart stopped as my shoe squeaked on the floor. Immediately I heard the wet footsteps stop and turn around, coming closer to me again. I took off running as fast as I could, following the arrows. My heart was beating so hard I thought I would pass out. I rounded a corner, and way in the distance I saw a light, and below it, a metal door. Finally, a way out. I ran as fast as I could toward it. The sound of loud wet plops speeding up and getting closer behind me. They sounded like they were right on my back when I ran into the door, bursting it open and slamming it shut behind me. I stood there with my back against the door, breathing so hard, shaking in fear. What in the world was that thing? I thought to myself. Finally, however, the lights in the store were back. The color scheme had returned to its normal blue and yellow, but it was still dead silent. After catching my breath, I took a look around. This part of the store seemed normal, but there was still no one. I continued to follow the arrows, still thinking about what the hell was chasing me back there. I walked for about 10 minutes before the arrows took me through an aisle full of drinking glasses and plates. While walking through the aisle, I heard something rustling from behind the glasses. It sounded like a rodent or something. I got a little closer, and a human hand came crawling out of the shelf. I screamed and ran away from the aisle. Looking over my shoulder, I could see it crawling after me. I kept running on the arrows when I heard more rustling noises coming from the shelves around me. More and more hands came crawling out and started chasing me, some of them severely disfigured with long, lanky fingers and sharp, pointy nails. Some of them looked all bent out of shape, like the fingers were broken or dislocated. Soon there were countless hands following me as I sprinted down the path. The arrows went on and on for what seemed like forever. Finally, I could see another door in the distance. I raced to it as fast as I could. There seemed to be hundreds of disgusting hands chasing me at this point. As I got closer to the door, the aisles became thinner and thinner until eventually I had to squeeze through them. More rustling came from the shelves as long, lanky arms protruded from them. Whatever these arms were, they definitely weren't human. The skin had a blue tint and the fingers were elongated. I squeezed through them all, desperately trying to reach the door. I could feel them clawing and grabbing at my arms and back. They were grabbing parts of my clothing and ripping it off. I shook them off violently as I pushed my way through the mass of disgusting, disfigured blue arms, until I finally reached the door and burst it open. I ran through and slammed the door shut. I could hear the sound of hundreds of fingers clawing and scraping at the door on the other side. I was exhausted trying to catch my breath, holding the door closed with all my strength until the clawing subsided. "Please, someone help me. Get me the hell out of here," I screamed out. I stood there hoping for a response from someone, anyone at all, but it never came. This new part of the store had changed its color scheme yet again, now brandishing everything in red and black. However, the thing that I found the most surprising was that I could finally hear something besides my footsteps. A loud ticking, almost like a grandfather clock counting the seconds. The arrows on the ground went in the direction of the sound. Of course, I followed the path, hoping that the sound I was hearing meant I was getting closer to an exit. I just kept walking and walking for what seemed like an hour. How big is this store, goddammit? I thought to myself. The sound was slowly and slowly getting louder, so I know I was getting closer to whatever it was. Eventually, though, the arrows did something I'd never seen them do before. They forked. They went in two different directions. What the hell is this? Which way do I go? I thought. I stood there and listened closer. After a while, I could tell the ticking sound was coming from the left side of the path. So I went to make my way to the left when I froze. Wait a second. Every noise that I've heard in this place so far has led to something terrifying. Do I really want to go this way? I thought about it and decided maybe it was actually best to go away from the sound. So I turned around and went down the right side of the path. I was walking for a while when I saw that the arrow split again. I stood there and listened. I could hear the ticking coming from the left again. I decided to stick to my gut and just go on the right side of the path, away from the ticking sound. As I walked and the ticking sound got farther and farther away, it started to speed up, like the seconds were going by faster. I didn't pay it any mind though, and just kept following the arrows. Before long, I stopped hearing the ticking sound altogether. I started to second guess my decision. Maybe I should have followed the sound. Hopefully I didn't make a huge mistake. Just as that thought crossed my mind, I came around a corner and saw a blue and yellow door with the word exit on it. I ran toward it, and all the lights in the store went out again. One light shined on the door, illuminating it in the distance. At this point, I didn't care that I couldn't see. I just ran toward the exit door with everything I had. I could hear plates, glasses, lamps falling over the ground around me as I got closer and closer to the exit. When I finally made it, I ran through the door, and it led to the outside of the store, straight to the empty parking lot. I slipped on the raincoat-covered pavement and fell down face first. Laying there completely soaked, I took a deep breath. I had some scrapes, but nothing too bad. I turned over and looked back at the door, and it was gone. I took a look around the parking lot, and there was no cars at all. I finally stood up and collected myself, walking back to my car and opened the door. I was soaked, but I didn't care. I just got in the car anyway. I turned on my car and looked at the dash. The time read 8:45. What? I was in there for way longer than just 5 minutes. How is that even possible? It's been about a week now. I decided to just order some furniture online. I don't ever want to step foot in another furniture store ever again. To this day, though, I still wonder what was that ticking sound I heard in there. What would I have found if I followed it? Did that lady attendant know what was behind that door? I guess I'll never know, and to be honest, I'm not sure I ever want to know. I'm just glad to make it out of there alive, but the next time you guys have to go to IKEA, just make sure you never go through that door.
You ever feel like nothing scares you anymore? There's gotta be a reason we seek out horror movies and Stephen King novels, and even trawl places like this, looking for something to put the fear in us. Something to give us one more reason to stay up at night, eyes glued to the door, reminding us that long-forgotten truth that we were prey once. I'm in my mid-20s now and I'm still chasing that high. These days, almost nothing pushes my buttons. Well, except horses, but that's not the kind of fear I ever try to court. It's the difference between going on a roller coaster and getting your brake lines cut. One is a cheap thrill in an ultimately safe, controlled environment, and the other is one last shot of adrenaline before the county coroner ties your name around your big toe. The funny thing is, I've never had bad experiences with horses myself. You're probably expecting the standard story. I used to ride as a kid, or maybe I only did it once or twice and got bucked off. My parents dragged me out of the dirt and straw, a crying, blubbering mess. That kind of trauma will stick with you, I'm sure, but that's not why my legs turn to jelly when I hear hooves clip-clopping down a country road at night. It all started with this story my granddad used to tell me when I was a kid. Something that got passed down from his granddad, and something I'll tell my grandkids too if I ever have them. Like all granddad stories, I'm sure it rests somewhere along that hazy border between truth and bullshit, but it stuck with me all the same. Granddad died recently. Alzheimer's. It's been raging like a wildfire in his mind for years before he finally got his end, courtesy of a brief bout of pneumonia in the care home. An awful, lonely way to die. I guess that's what got me thinking about this story again and why I wanted to share it here. I apologize to you all in advance because I could never tell this one as well as he could. He was a transplant out of rural Texas, not far from Hudspeth County, and the story he told took place in a dusty old town close to where his own granddad settled in the early 1800s. The heart of this town was horse breeding, so much so that locals in the neighboring towns nicknamed it Old Mare Bones during its heyday, because the local cemetery had more horses buried there than people. Let it be known, A Texas rancher who doesn't have his head up his ass can make a lot of money in the equestrian business these days, but back then, when horses were the backbone of all transports and logistics, the man with the thriving stable was king. The king in Old Marebones was a man they called Jim Calichet, because he was known to be as tough as the parched Texas ground. His ranch was just west of the town, a palatial estate where he lived with his wife, his several sons and daughters, and a few of their wives and husbands, along with a small army of ranch hands, many of which slept on their own dedicated quarters off the side of the main building. Real John Steinbeck type stuff. Calichet could afford all this because he had one of the most prosperous horse breeding businesses around. At any given time, he had a couple hundred horses to spare, and foaled and sold a few hundred more for a pretty penny, every single year. But there was one horse that Calichet would never sell. His prized stud, a proud black stallion he called Diomedes, who had been the sire of some of his most lucrative sales. Diomedes was essentially an ATM with 4 legs and a tail, his genes the lifeblood of the family. Until the day the fog rolled in. It was already strange in and of itself to wake up to a cold, misty morning in the middle of an otherwise punishing Texan August. Many would report suffering from night terrors in the days leading up to this, as though people could sense something awful trundling down the tracks. There was a pervasive sense of wrongness in the air, that much was certain. That morning, when Evangeline, one of Jim Calichet's oldest daughters, poured herself a glass of fresh milk to take with her breakfast, it had already curdled. People all over Old Marebones said they saw crows dropping out of the sky that day, and livestock were all spooked all over. But no animal in that town seemed to be as, well, let's say, affected as Diomedes. Well, Jim's horses were his business. They kept plenty of animals in the Calichet ranch. Notable among them were a pair of terriers named Echo and Persephone, yappy little rat-hunting dogs that kept the estate vermin-free. They'd greet their master together every morning, except this morning. Only Persephone chewed on a slipper at the foot of Jim's bed. Echo was nowhere to be found. Then one of Jim's younger daughters, Hattie, aged 11, screamed. Jim and about 15 ranch hands were out to her in no time. The one benefit of this strange, foggy day was that it put everyone on edge, so folks were on high alert for anything untoward happening. Hattie was standing out in one of the ranch's fields, weeping her eyes out. A few feet in front of her was Diomedes, hunched over, chewing at a red carcass that had once been Echo. It was plain for anyone to see that something was terribly wrong with that horse, beyond even the fact that it was munching on one of Calichet's terriers. His eyes were as clouded over as the town itself in that impossible fog. He swayed and teetered, almost drunkenly. Thick ropes of red saliva dangled from his mouth, and strangest of all, his legs looked like they were buckling slightly, in the wrong direction. Being a seasoned rancher and horse breeder of some renown, Jim Calichet had seen it all in terms of equestrian ailments, but he'd never seen anything like this before. While, of course, he still wanted to play the big man in front of his ranch hands, seeing his prize stallion like this undeniably shook him up. Even in this state, one terrier down already, he wasn't going to sign off on anyone putting both barrels of a broomstick up against Diomedes' head. Instead, he ordered his ranch hands to quarantine Diomedes in the barn, away from the other horses. They'd give him some time to work through this and attend to it when the fog cleared. Even if they did end up putting him out to pasture, there'd be no prize for jumping the gun on that. But here's the thing. The fog didn't clear. Rather than slowly dissipating over the course of the day as the heat picked up and the sun shone in, it just seemed to get thicker and thicker. The ranch hands tried their best to just go about their work that day, but more strange incidents started piling up. All the other stallions and mares on the farm seemed to lay on the spectrum between skittish and outright aggressive. They had more bites in that one day on seasoned ranch hands than they'd had in the 3 years prior. And while Diomedes was kept separate from the rest of them, he was still kicking up a hell of a racket inside the barn, stomping, bucking, whinnying, and making low, guttural moans that a stallion had no earthly business making. The Calichet family buried what little was left of Echo. Diomedes had eaten most of him by the time Hattie screamed and the others intervened. There were only a few fragments of collar in amongst the mangled mess of meat, bone, and fur left to identify him by. Jim Calichet kept up his brave face for the rest of the family, but what he'd seen that morning wouldn't leave his mind. What the hell, other than one of his dogs, had gotten into Diomedes? Ranch hands started to notice similar symptoms in the other horses. Those glazed, milky eyes, the globules of red drool, that strange buckling in their legs. It wasn't like any kind of horse malady they'd ever seen before. Little did they know, as nightfall crept in an hour at a time, things were about to get so much worse for all of them. Soon enough, it was dark out and the thick fog still lingered everywhere. The Calichet family had holed up inside the ranch house, and the ranch hands, after completing their final duties for the night, were returning to their quarters for beer, card games, and supper. Diomedes had gone quiet in the barn, meaning he'd either calm down or drop dead, and either would mean they'd be having no further issues from him for now. The horses may have been sick or spooked or some other such thing, but they'd all been returned to their stables and locked away. Whatever problem they had, Calichet and his boys could address it in the morning, until the noises started again, closer this time. The same kind of low, guttural moaning that they'd heard coming out of the barn. Maybe it was just the darkness shaping their thoughts, but it sounded almost like growling. Of course, this woke up the Calichets and their many employees, who spilled out into the nighttime fog with lanterns to see what was going on. Jim insisted that his wife and kids remained inside until they knew it was safe. The men spread out, these tiny pinpricks of light in the ocean of fog around them. Some had rifles, shotguns, 6 guns. Others had pitchforks, horsewhips, and clubs. They were confident in the fact that between them, there was nothing out there that they couldn't handle. Until a distant barn door creaked open and one of the ranch hands screamed. Nobody knew who it was or where the scream had come from, but it was unmistakable. Anyone who was carrying a gun shouldered it, and anyone who wasn't carrying a gun wished they were. Nobody wanted to believe it, but it was quickly dawning on them that they weren't alone out there. People tried to stick together, seeking safety in numbers, but even with their lanterns, they started to realize that they couldn't seem to find each other in the fog. It was as though the whole space had somehow expanded around them, isolating them. Either that or the fog itself was truly impenetrable now. But if that was the case, they never would have seen the silhouettes. The outermost ranch hands saw them first. Huge shapes, moving quickly on 4 legs, the thumping of hooves against hard, packed dirt. But these things, what little they could see of them like this, didn't move like horses. The way the legs moved, no, it was all wrong. They almost bent outwards, moving the way a spider's legs do. A gunshot rang out into the fog, then another, then more, followed by a terrible chorus of screams, ringing and reverberating through the thick night air. More hooves pounded against the dirt, adding to the rising cacophony of gunfire and screams. Nobody could see far enough in front of them to even know what was going on, as what must have been hundreds of those things poured in and started attacking. Soon enough, when the screaming and running and gunshots died down, another sound rose to prominence in the fog. Chewing. Careful and slow. Even as the ranch hands were snuffed out around him, Jim Calichet was still alive. Despite the disorientation and terror flooding his mind, he could remember the way he came in. The old rancher turned tail and ran as fast as he could. His family were still there, back in the ranch house. They needed to get out of here. But if the horses had gone bad, what would take them away? Just as the light of the house turned amidst the fog, Jim could hear the staccato thumps of hooves behind him getting closer. He looked over his shoulder. Huge black shapes were becoming more defined in the mist. Legs twisted all wrong, but carrying those great muscular bodies just the same. It couldn't end like this. He needed to get back. Before they could get him, though, he made out his front door in the fog. Sweet salvation. He mounted the porch faster than he thought possible at his age and ran into the house, slamming the door behind him, breath feeling like broken glass in his throat. It was pandemonium out there, but at least he'd escaped. That's when he saw the shape dominating his living room. That huge black form he'd known so well, hunched over what remained of his wife. She lay there, her remaining arm outstretched, eyes dead and skin pale as a porcelain doll. Diomedes, legs bent unnaturally, was feasting from her belly. Calichet gasped at the terrible sight, alerting Diomedes to his presence. The stallion, or at least the thing that had once been a stallion, turned and looked up at him. Its mouth, still dripping with Mrs. Calichet's blood, was different now. It stretched all the way up the jawbone like a crocodile exposing rows of teeth, needle-like teeth and a wriggling black tongue. Jim Calichet screamed, and Diomedes was upon him. The next morning, a single traumatized ranch hand, the night's sole survivor, made his way to Old Marebones to tell the others. When the fog lifted, the local sheriff sent his deputies to see the carnage that had unfolded at the Calichet ranch. Everyone missing or dead, and all the horses gone. With no reasonable explanation, the ranch hand was eventually tried and hanged for the killings, but not before he told his story. The story my great-great-granddad told my granddad, that my granddad told me, and I just told you. It's funny how these things you hear in childhood stick with you. I still avoid horses and try to stay inside on unusually foggy days. Seems a little strange, I know, but you can never be too careful. My mom got a phone for my 21st birthday a few weeks back, which was a surprise since she is a single mom and has to look after 3 kids on a nurse's salary. Okay, it might have been secondhand, but I don't care. Knowing my mom, I was expecting a dial-up phone, so you can imagine how happy I was to find one of the most expensive phones on the market. That night, I went out to celebrate. I was finally able to have my first drink, well, at a bar, that is. So I was really excited and took loads of pics. Later we went to a club and I got so wasted my friends had to carry me out. In the taxi I puked all over Tara's new heels. She was not happy, but being the amazing friend she is, she still helped me to bed and made sure I was okay. When I woke up the next morning I was so sick I thought I was dying. To make it all worse, I fell out of bed trying to grab my phone from my locker. I started to get a bad feeling something was wrong, and there was, because when I opened my phone, I must have had 100 angry messages waiting for me. I thought, what did I do last night? When I found out I literally wanted to die. Apparently I must have drunk dialed everyone. Well, drunk voice noted. I was so embarrassed. At first they said I was just breathing heavy and making grunting noises, which they found funny. Until I started speaking in a creepy voice about what I was going to do to them, and it's not what you think, even though I wish it was at this stage. It would be so much easier. I am not going to go in too much detail right now, but let's just say there was talk of an institution among my friends afterward. I swore I would never drink again after that, but guess what? I was out the following weekend. I mean, what is wrong with me? This time I tried to be clever and took precautions, or so I thought. I gave Tara my phone and made her promise not to give it to me under any circumstances. That worked out great until she got drunk and I ended up looking after her. I was careful that night and didn't drink too much. How could I when my babysitter spent most of the night chatting up a lamppost? After spending 30 minutes of explaining why he couldn't come with us, the taxi finally arrived and I dropped her home. When I went to bed that night, I was sure there would be no embarrassing apologies to make the following morning, but of course I was wrong. And I had pissed off a lot of people again. I didn't know how it happened. I was not drunk enough to just forget making all those calls, yet I had no memory of it. My head was wrecked. My friend Jess was the first to ring. She found the whole thing funny, unlike Tara, who was starting to get really freaked out. Jess told me Tara was afraid to go to sleep after listening to my voice notes. I felt awful, so I tried to ring and apologize. When she answered, she seemed distant, so I offered to call over, but that seemed to upset her even more. I spent the whole week trying to make it up to her, and by Saturday night, she was ready to party again. I made sure to only drink the bare minimum, so by the end of the night I felt sober, just to make sure I didn't have another repeat of the week before. Tara agreed to stay and keep an eye on me. We decided to skip the club and went home early. We stayed up late talking about old times. It was fun. We hadn't had that since we were kids. I woke up happy the next morning, confident that I had not drunk dialed anyone. So, you can imagine how surprised I was when I checked my phone and it was full of messages. I knew Tara would back me up, that we were together all night. I went to get her, but she was not in bed. I assumed she got up early and went home, so I got on with my new weekly apology texts. Everyone was starting to get sick of me. Half of my friends wouldn't even reply. The ones that did give one-word answers, they wouldn't even tell me what I said this time. I thought, at least I had Tara, and tried to ring her, but there was no answer. So I started to become concerned and called to her house. Her mom, Mandy, answered, but said she hadn't seen her since the day before. I rang around, but no one had seen her. We were all really worried, so Mandy and I decided to go to the police, but they wouldn't do anything. What could we do but go home and hope for her safe return? Days went by and there was still no sign of her, but I wouldn't give up hope. I was sure it was only a matter of time before she would return, and all this would be over. Then one morning while I was eating breakfast, her mom rang. A body was found matching Tara's description. They needed someone to identify her, and Mandy asked me to go. I did not believe her. I was convinced that it had to be a mistake and someone else's life would be ruined instead of ours, but I was wrong. It was her. I couldn't believe what was happening. I was in a daze for the rest of the day and ended up staying with Mandy for the night. I couldn't sleep and sit up all that night trying to figure out what happened to Tara. The last time I had seen her, she looked so happy, and now just like that, she was gone. The next morning, I decided to make Mandy breakfast. I left my phone on the kitchen table before I brought Mandy her food. When I came back, my phone was going mad with notifications. Somehow it happened again. I knew then that it was not me who left those voice notes, even though they were clearly sent from my phone. Before I got a chance to think, a knock came to the door. Mandy rushed down the stairs and answered it before I got there. It was the cops. As soon as they saw me, they started reading me my rights. I will never forget the look in Mandy's face as they escorted me out the door and into the back of the car. They said Tara's body was found in a stream just behind where I was living. Someone had shoved her phone down her throat and she choked. With all of that happened, all of the evidence pointed towards me. But what sealed my fate was the last voice notes which described in horrible detail exactly how she died. I did try telling them that it was the phone, but that only made things worse and they ended up putting me in an institution. My mom is about the only person that believes me now. She calls to visit me at least once a week. The last time she called, I asked her where she bought the phone. She told me an old guy with a ponytail called to the house selling all kinds of stuff. When she told him her daughter's 21st birthday was coming up and she had not much money to spend, he pulled out the phone and practically gave it to her. I don't know who he was, but I believe he knew exactly what was going to happen when he gave her that phone.